Rahim, on behalf of PAPG, I welcome you all in this Annual Technical Conference 2023. We are about to start the first inaugural GNG session, and for that I would like to request our esteemed chairperson. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Zahir Alam. Sir, can you please come on the stage? I would also like to request Ms. Shazia Talat to please come on the stage. Please, ma'am. Before starting the session, let me give you a brief introduction about our chairpersons. Mr. Zahir Alam is a seasoned professional, having vast and diversified experience spanning over 35 years, managing upstream and midstream oil and gas sectors with both government as well as multinationals. He is presently leading all technical functions at UEP as Vice President. Before that, he led the Exploration Department of UEP, besides spearheading regulatory and business function at BP Pakistan. He spent his initial life at Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Resources, where he served for 18 years, including in the senior positions of Director Exploration and Director Gas, playing key role in regulatory and policy matters. He also worked on cross-border gas pipeline deals as well as LNG policy. It's an honor, Zahir Saab, to have you here. Ms. Shazia is a General Manager in Exploration Department of OGDCL. She has been working in OGDCL for the past 31 years. By profession, she is a geophysicist. She did her MSc in geophysics in 1989 from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, and joined OGDCL as trainee geophysicist in 1992. During 2 years of extensive on-job training, she worked in 2 seismic data acquisition crews, as well as in the Data Processing Center. In 1994, she joined Prospect Generation Department of OGDCL. Since then, she has worked in various positions in the company, as well as different geological basins of Pakistan, and have been part of numerous fields discovered in the lower Indus Basin. Presently, she is looking after all activities in OGDCL's exploration licenses. It's an honor to have you here, ma'am. So, before starting the presentations, I would like to have some note for all the presenters. The time of presentation is 20 minutes. And after 20 minutes, the bell will ring, in which you have to conclude it as quickly as possible, because there are all the slots are completely filled, and it would be very difficult for the others to complete in the given time. I can completely understand that all the presenters will be presenting with a valuable research, but we have to give way for all the presenters to come here and show the research, showcase the research. If anyone has any detailed work, we can always arrange a special session for that person. So please cooperate with us. Thank you. So I would like the first presentation to please start. I would like to request Mr. Adil Azim to please come on the stage. Mr. Adil Azim will be presenting Predicting Subsurface Petrophysical Properties and Characterizing Reservoir Using Rock Physics Modeling and Iterative Petrophysics-Driven Inversion Results. So before I hand over the mic to Mr. Adil Azim, let me introduce you, give me a brief introduction for him. Adil Azim is a senior geoscientist in MPCL. For more than 13 years, he has been running and leading reservoir characterization studies. Mainly, his interest lies in pre-stack inversion, multi-azimuth seismic interpretation, rock physics modeling, 4D interpretation and analysis. In MPCL, he is performing a number of reservoir characterization projects. Professionally, before MPCL, he has been associated with North Oil Company, Qatar, OMB Pakistan, and OPL Pakistan. He did his MSc Geophysics from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, with distinction in 2010. So, Mr. Adil, I would now request you to please start your presentation. If you need any mic, you can always get.
Yes, for sure. Thank you, Samad. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. So, before starting the presentation, just let me tell you a little story. So the year was 2016. I was in the similar arena right across the room, presenting my first paper on quantitative geophysics. I finished my paper, and then after that, my mentor came up to me. He patted me on the back and said, "Good job, Adil." So that was quite amazing, because it led me going towards that quantitative geophysics side that I've never would have done before in my life. And now, why I'm telling you this story is because this room, this arena is filled with experience. So if you're a young geophysicist, geologist, engineer, maybe it's time to find a mentor. And if you're a little bit having gray in your beard like me, maybe it's time to pat somebody on the back. So this will have a great kind of a experience for the young person to have that kind of a mentorship to him. Maybe after this presentation, I will like a pat on my back as well. So let's start the presentation. So my topic is quite hefty, but I will try to keep it short and specific to the topic. You know that most of the companies have this kind of a problem where they are trying to get the most accurate petrophysical properties. So what we have tried to do in this particular study, we've done just that, tried to predict the accurate petrophysical properties. How we did that? So I would tell you about around a 10 steps rough workflow that would go through, that I would go through in my slides, where you would know how to predict the petrophysical properties and the lithophysies coming from the seismic inversion. And those are the derivatives that would actually come from the pre-stack inversion. And where is the most important step in that whole jigsaw puzzle that we will discuss in a bit more detail. So why would we do reservoir characterization, pre-stack inversion? Why would we waste our resources? Maybe not waste, maybe put our resources into that. This is the statistics that are in front of you. So Westwood Group, what it did was, for the last 13 odd years, from 2008 till now, there have been gathering the data of different discoveries. So out of 220 discoveries that were made worldwide, commercial or non-commercial, 78% of those discoveries found lesser volume than their pre-drill P50 volumes. Just imagine, this is a big number. So what has been happening for the past decade? We have this, I think all of us, we have this knack of predicting, or maybe predicting the reservoir properties and the reservoir size a little bit bigger pre-drill. And once we drill that, it's obviously not that optimistic anymore. So the reservoir characterization in that particular equation is very important. So you can have the size of the reservoir, which is quite important, the accurate size of the reservoir. And then consequently, the volume within that reservoir would be more accurate if you have done a reservoir characterization study. So it's very important for your whole E&P life cycle to have that kind of a study in your pocket to go forward with your exploration or production strategy. So coming to the detailed part of this presentation, where we have actually used a data set coming from the study area, which lies very familiar to some people in the Middle Indus Basin. Our study area lies right on top of Madikand Kothai. The stratigraphy that we were dealing with was very familiar to everybody as well. It's Lower Guru Sands. Most specifically, when we talk about Lower Guru Sands, in this particular study area, we are talking about B sands. We had 5 wells at our disposal, where 5 wells had elastic logs available. You can see the list over there. All the elastic logs were available in all of the wells. But more specifically, one of the well had the full suite of the elastic logs. So that is quite important, because that is going to be a little bit of in the upcoming slides. That is going to be quite important, that only one well had the full suite of logs available. Also, the quality of those logs is also mentioned over here, which logs are more affected by the borehole conditions. Those are shown here with poor or fair quality. When you don't have that kind of a borehole effects on the logs, they are shown here with good quality. Other than that, for this pilot study, we had around 60 square kilometer of seismic data available, which was obviously pre-stack data for seismic inversion. So my workflow that we used for this particular study is quite important because it has those elements which are basic elements which are very important for any reservoir characterization study or a pre-stack inversion study. So starting from well log conditioning, then to seismic petrophysics, rock physics, those are the building blocks of any inversion study. Then validation through seismic, that is one of the steps that we are going to present in the upcoming slides. That's very important once you talk about any kind of a well data that is being modeled from the well logs. Then once you have all of the data set, all of that well ties you're happy with the well ties and everything, then you go for the wavelet estimation, and then the step is quite easy. Then you go to your pre-stack inversion, deterministic inversion, stochastic inversion, and then there comes the derivatives of those inversions, which are in lithofacies, porosity, etc. This slide would actually stress upon that particular point that I talked about, the building block of any reservoir characterization study. So starting off with well log conditioning, very important. We have to do specifically the density data. It's affected by the borehole conditions. We have to really go through the whole data set, see if there are in depth shifts, any kind of a borehole issues related to normalizations as well, because if you're using different muds and different well bores, you would have normalization issues specifically to gamma ray. Once you're happy with that, then go to seismic petrophysics. Seismic petrophysics is a little bit newer word for, let's say, conventional petrophysics, where you're actually not only dealing with the reservoir itself, but you're also doing petrophysics on the shale bodies that are present in the rock as well. Rock physics modeling, where you're modeling the rock from the scratch. You're trying to see what is the mineral makeup of the rock, and then trying to see how that mineral makeup of the rock is going to show the elastic properties. You're not inputting the elastic properties, you're actually predicting those elastic properties through a rock physics model, a physical rock physics model. For this particular study, we have used inclusion rock physics model. Then the seismic validation, which actually includes the seismic well to tie. Then you have AVO analysis that we are going to present in this study as well. You see those arrows coming down and then going up as well. This is the key in this overall workflow, the top part of the workflow that I showed. The iteration is the key if I need to summarize this. So if you're not happy with, let's say, well conditioning in the seismic petrophysics part, you have to go back. If you're not happy with the rock physics model, once you have done all the two steps, you have to go back. So iteration is the key. Once you do iterate your overall workflow, you will be able to get to a result which is reasonably good. So once we did the rock physics modeling, what we are trying to do is making a physical model. From the physical model, we are trying to extract the elastic properties. So that's what we have done here. In this particular study, we had upper shear interval and a lower shear interval. Lower shear interval has those sand bodies as well. The upper shales were a little bit less compacted. The clays in the below section were a bit more compacted, so we had to use different rock physics models and different rock physics parameters for those two intervals. In the red, you see the logs which are actually predicted from the rock physics model, and then in the black, those are the logs which are actually recorded logs. And this is the point for any reservoir characterization study. We are going to use modeled logs for our inversion study rather than the recorded logs. So this statement is like the key for our study that we have done over here. So why do we do that? It's here. So on the left-hand side, you have the elastic domain cross plot, which is the best friend of any geophysicist. So you have VPVS and P impedance. You see the recorded log on the left, and it's colored by the gamma ray. Everything is overlapping. Your sand is above shale is behind sand, you don't see a shale trend, and also you see some non-physical VPVS value going below 1.414, which is non-physical for any rock. If you take this recorded data and do any kind of pre-stack inversion, you will not be able to get any separation between sand and shale. You won't be able to have any separation between your reservoir sands, which are filled with gas or oil, and your brine sands. Once you take it through a rock physics model, that's on the right over there, the picture in the middle, you see the brine sands trend is quite good. It's physical. Then you have the gas sands trend, very nice over there. And also the shale trend is quite good. I'm sorry I'm not using the pointer because it doesn't show over there. So I'm trying to convey the message through talking over here. So this is only one well. Once we put all of these wells through the rock physics model, that's the picture on the right over there. Every well which didn't have any shear wave information in there still is plotted over there with VP, VS, and P impedance. Quite important because once you don't have the shear wave, you try to get it from any kind of multilinear regression. You try to do it from any kind of machine learning approach or any kind of linear approach or empirical models. But here we are getting the shear waves from the physical rock physics model for all the other wells. And it is going on the same trend. The shale trend is the same as the first well. The sand and the hydrocarbon sand trend is the same as the first well. So the rock physics model is quite consistent all in the area. The below pictures are actually giving you the same idea that how the rock physics model logs are much more better in differentiating your reservoir sands from your shales. And if you're trying to build a shale model itself for a, let's say, a tight gas sand kind of a play, or maybe shale gas play as well, this shale gas trend will give you all those sweet spots for the shale gas as well. Then on the right-hand side, we have a QC plot, which tells you there is no linearity in the plot, and it is actually showing you that the petrophysics itself didn't have any hard cutoffs in it. Once you come to the validation part of the seismic, on the right-hand side, you have that correlation coefficient between your recorded data and your rock physics model logs. So you see in every well, the correlation coefficient overall at zero incidence increased as we went from one well to the other if you use the rock physics model logs as compared to the recorded logs, with exception to one well which had a very small logged interval. On the left-hand side, that's quite important. So for the geophysicists, this is kind of a Bible. So AVO of any rock or any particular reservoir interval is very important. You have to keep the AVO consistent through any processing. So on the top, we have the raw seismic and some angle stacks, and also you have the process seismic. All of them are showing class 4 anomaly. The gradient is, as you increase the offset, the gradient is also decreasing, so in the decreasing trend. And on the bottom, what I've tried to simulate is the same thing that I talked about in the previous slide. When you don't have the shear wave, you try to get it from multilinear regression, linear regressions, or maybe you just use the original data itself. So once you do use the multilinear regression, which is shown in the blue, it doesn't follow the same gradient as you see in the original seismic. If you use the orange one, which is from the original logs, the recorded logs, it has a totally different gradient as compared to the original seismic. And only the rock physics model logs are consistent with the original seismic that we have. So if you don't put a consistent data into your inversion model, you shouldn't be expecting good results, obviously. This is another QC. We try to do the QC on the recorded logs versus rock physics model logs as well, when we try to extract the wavelet at every central angle. So at every central angle, our wavelet was more smoother, the phase was less, and we were able to get a very nice wavelet that is ready for inversion. But another noteworthy thing is that recorded data also showed some data below 10 hertz. And as you know, the ground acquisition we don't have, usually don't have under 8 hertz, we don't have any data. So that data is actually low frequency noise that we are actually adding into that particular data set. So we don't have to use the recorded wavelets for our inversion analysis. So I think I have put my point very firmly that recorded logs are inherent of all those noises that we experience in the borehole, and physical rock physics models is the key to go. Don't know, it's taking a bit of time to process my, going to the next slide, sorry. So now, this is where it's called the graveyard of pre-stack inversions, this slide, because most of the projects actually die here. because you're not using, in any of the inversion projects, you're not using petrophysical logs, you're just using elastic logs, going for the low frequency model, going for inversion, and then at this point in time, this is the first time that you see the petrophysical logs. And when they're not talking to each other, you don't see a picture like this. It is overlaid with, the shale is overlain by sand, sand is overlain by shales. But here, because we have that connection right at the first step, where we connected the rock physics model to our recorded logs and then created the rock physics model logs, and then we have a connection between the petrophysical properties and the elastic properties. And you see on the left-hand side in the cross plot of P impedance versus VPVS, the sand is totally separate and the shale is totally separate. The probability density functions that we made for these particular sand and shale model were very good, because at the bottom there in the confusion matrix over there, you see that all the 91% of the samples of the sands were classified correctly, and 98% of the samples of the shales were classified correctly. If you put this data into your model, then you will be able to get good results. On the right-hand side, you have the deterministic inversion on the top, and the bottom is the derivative of that pre-stack inversion, deterministic inversion, where you see sand and shale. Although it's good, you see the sand, you see the shale, but we were not happy with this, because the resolution of this didn't allow us to go directly into the simulation models, because everybody knew that there is sand there. We wanted to know, how is the shale behaving between those sands? How is one sand connected to the other one? So for that particular problem, we went to pre-stacked geostatistical stochastic inversion. So on the left-hand side, you have those all cross plots, which are showing you on the top over here. Okay, it's showing something. Okay, good. So on the top over here, so the depth, in the depth domain, you see all the data set over here, where you have the shale trend, where you have the brine sands, you have the gas sands over here. If you turn it into time domain, you already lose the frequency over here, you see. So this is like 2 millisecond or 1 millisecond, every sample in 1 millisecond. Once you turn it into a 40 hertz, let's say, data set, it loses frequency again. Still, you see the trend. And that's what this inversion, this derivative of the deterministic inversion on the bottom right is showing. What we're trying to achieve is something like this, something between 120 hertz, maybe a little bit more, where you have a sample of lithofacies or maybe porosity at every 4 millisecond or every 2 millisecond. So that was what we were trying to achieve. For that, we had to build some horizontal variograms. And we were very lucky to have like 4 or 5 wells in the same area. We were able to build a horizontal variogram. Maybe it's not a good idea to build horizontal variogram when you only have 1 well or 2 wells. It's better if you have more control when you build that horizontal variogram. The result of that is on the top right. So on the top right, what you see is the most likely facies from a stochastic inversion. You build a model, you do like 100 or 200 iterations, and what you do is, at the end of the day, you kind of merge or mean all those iterations and have a most likely facies that could be a more realistic picture of your subsurface. And here you see there is much more detail as compared to the lower part over here. And with this study, we were able to see which sand was connected to which sand and where was this disconnection. And for this particular study, because it's a stochastic inversion, we were able to build probability maps for each sand body separately, and this went directly into the simulation model. So that's quite important. So at the end of the day, we are trying to find where the uncertainty related to each sand body, and especially the distribution of that particular sand body and how they're connected with each other. Another petrophysical property, which is usually we use the zero offset or P impedance directly to do the estimation of these porosities usually, but with this one, it also shows once you do your geostatistical inversion, and specifically once you do your geostatistical inversion using the rock physics model logs, you're able to increase your prediction of the porosity away from the wells with a higher coefficient. It's almost 94%. It looks unreal, but it's real. Yes, geostatistical inversion has that very fine resolution that we were looking for. But if you go with the deterministic inversion, it's still good. It gives you around 85% of correlation coefficient with the actual porosity and the predictive porosity. So we did this through probabilistic neural networks. So probabilistic neural networks has that validation error. So we made sure that the validation error for this particular example is really, really low for the attributes that we use. So if you see the number of attributes that we used for the deterministic inversion, we were only able to use 5 attributes. But once you did the geostatistical inversion, you were able to use 8 attributes. So that's the main reason for increasing in the correlation coefficient of the predicted porosity. So on the sections over here, at the top one is the geostatistical inversion, where you are actually seeing much more resolution as compared to the deterministic inversion at the bottom. So if you use this and take it directly into your simulation model, you would be able to see porosity values away from your wells, and would see some sweet spots, or maybe you won't see some sweet spots, or you would see the actual dimensions of your field. And that was my point when I started my presentation, that why 78% of the discoveries found less than P50 volumes. It was actually the size of the reservoir. We were predicting the size of the reservoir more than it is in the subsurface. So if you are trying to develop a field development plan for a particular field, I think this is the way to go. Do some geostatistical inversion and start with rock physics modeling. हो नहीं रहा, manually कर दें. So at the end, I've said all these points in very details. Rock physics model is the key to the success of any pre-stack inversion study, because it creates a bond between the petrophysics and the logs themselves, the raw logs themselves, at the first go, that you don't have to create afterwards in the process of your pre-stack inversion. Consistent model is really good because you're able to predict the reservoir properties or the logs away from your known points, and it has to be a consistent model that I showed in one of the slides. Seismic validation, again, is quite important, because seismic is something that is maybe a little bit less affected on the resolution scale as compared to the borehole logs. So seismic validation for any kind of pre-stack inversion study is quite important. Once you use all of that, you would be able to get better results. And then you have to choose. If you want a deterministic inversion, where you just want to see something away from the wells, deterministic inversion is quite good. But our objective was, for this particular study, was a little bit more. We wanted to see if the sands were continuing in a certain direction or not. So we went for a geostatistical inversion. So might be an overkill for some of the studies, but this is how the whole process went through, and how our thought process went through. So at the end, I would like to thank the management of Maari Petroleum for allowing us to publish this data set. It's quite important for us. Special thanks to all the technical leads and the technical team of Maari Petroleum for giving us this opportunity and really inputting very valuable comments that actually made the paper that it is right now. And special thanks to ATC committee, the chairpersons over here, which have guided us through this whole journey of this paper. But at the end, before I finish, I wanted to leave you with a certain message for this paper. So for the rock physics model, that's the basic step. So if you get the basic step done, and then you go into the inversion, you will be able to get relatively better results and reasonably good results. So if you're not doing that particular first step, then you shouldn't be expecting anything good at the end of the pre-stack inversion. So if I can summarize my whole paper in like a couple of words, it would be get the basics right. So thank you so much, everybody, for your time and attention.
So, are there any questions for the speaker?
Yeah, we only take 4 questions just for the time constraint, so you can ask question. Yes, Mike.
First of all, I like to congratulate the way you presented. It was nicely done and very nicely explained. I have a questions, and just for my sake of my information, one of the things which I've realized that you are talking about the rock physics modeling and AVO analysis in the reservoir in the known field, right? It's already with the 5 wells with reservoir is quite known. So basically, this is a generalized workflow of doing the rock physics modeling, right? So number one is that something you have introduced a new thing in it, which is unique? Because this is the entire process is well known and well established. And if you have added anything additional that can help all the other people sitting in this room who can learn, I want to know about that one. The second thing is that you haven't shown the reservoir flow units against the rock physics model. And also I haven't seen the fluids properties, which is the key thing, because the main emphasis is on the extension of the sand bodies, not the fluids.
So to answer your first question, what I've seen in my overall experience, that there are certain rock physics model, I would say in quote, there are some rock physics models done, and those, quite frankly, they are multilinear regressions. They are not rock physics models. Once you build a physical rock physics model, that gives you a more realistic view of the recorded logs and your physical rock in the subsurface. So our paper generally wanted to highlight that point, that petrophysics and rock physics have to go hand in hand. And what we have seen practically in different studies, I've seen myself in different studies, that connection at the first hand is not there. So this is something that is there in the industry, but I think it's a bit neglected. That's why we wanted to present that as a study. So it's not something new, obviously, but it's something that is neglected more often than we should have done. The second question is about the flow units, and this is a kind of a pilot study for the Mari Petroleum itself. We want to extend this to other areas where we have less wells, maybe 1 or 2 wells. We are trying to do that right now. For this particular study, we are trying to extend this study to different other wells, because we don't have like 6 wells there, we have more wells in that particular area. We are trying to extend that in the same area in that particular model as well. So I think next year maybe you would find a paper where you would see all those flow units correlated to this pre-stack inversion. So thank you. Any other questions?
It's Sham Faisal from United Energy. It was a wonderful presentation you have presented.
Thank you.
I was a bit curious about, by inputting logs inside, especially the shear log, that is very important piece of running this whole model. So once you're able to validating that piece, I think the demonstration in the form of cross plot will help you more to understand your model versus the original log which is being acquired in the wellbore. That is something which I think we are not able to see in the presentation. That's the first piece. The second question, I just want to understand, you showed us the validation of seismic in the form of AVO cross plots. Basically, with a certain percentage of hydrocarbon in the system will also give you a AVO effect. So how you are certain to show us, this is a saturation of above 50%, or let's say 60% of hydrocarbon in the inside the system you have it, but it is not an effect of 5 to 10% or 2-3% of hydrocarbon. So maybe these are the two particular questions I was thinking to ask to you.
Thank you so much for your comment. First of all, we try to see the shear part of that in VPVS domain. We try to show that, but in the particular paper or the journal that you would see in the printed form, you'd have more examples there. So with the time constraint, I didn't put them here, but a QC plot was there in one of the slides where we had the shear wave logs with the porosity. That was the biggest QC plot for any petrophysicist to see if we are cutting something or we are putting linear information in there. So there is no linear information. The second one about seismic validation is quite a good point. because AVO itself is dependent on a lot of things. What we are trying to see is only the gradient analysis, not the intercept itself. We are trying to see if the gradient is altogether different in some particular, let's say, data set. For example, in multilinear regression, it was going altogether the other way. In the same scenario of in situ, in the same scenario of the frequency, everything similar. If it's going the other way, it's definitely something wrong with the logs. So what we are trying to do is more of a qualitative kind of a seismic validation on AVO, but more quantitative is towards the side of the seismic correlation coefficient at each central angle. So we used 5 central angles, where at each central angle, the correlation coefficient increased as we use the RPM logs as compared to the original logs. So that gives us more confidence that in terms of quantitative, it's increasing as well. And in terms of qualitative, it's more relevant to the AVO response that we see in the original seismic. Thank you.
Any other question?
Akhtar Masood from UEPL. It's an observation that you have one well where you have the shear data. And you said that we have predicted from the MLR and the neural networking. So what do you think by having a one shear of the one well for the 5 wells? What's the certainty of this, and which one is the better method for this prediction, either the MLR, machine learning, or the neural networking? So what's your suggestion? And second, if you have a frontier areas, how would we relate this study for the upcoming fields? So thank you.
Specifically for shear is a byproduct of rock physics model. It's not the primary product of the rock physics model. So if you're confident on the parameters of setting the rock physics model parameters, I think the best way to have a byproduct as a shear wave would be a rock physics model, not MLR, not machine learning, not neural network, because it has limitation to the data set that you input into it. Rock physics model doesn't have that limitation. It is more predictive. So if you find a shear wave, certain shear wave parameter here, it would predict it away from the well as well. If you find another well, it would be very similar to what you see on the rock physics model. So if you have a consistent rock physics model of the area, I would always go with the rock physics model to see the byproduct as a shear wave. The second thing about frontier areas where you are trying to see, for example, if you're doing a dry well analysis, or if you're doing to see the extent of a certain discovery, it's very important that you build a rock physics model. For that, obviously, you would need shear data, you would need good density data. That rock physics model will help you to see on the seismic, away from the seismic, where those sweet spots are, or maybe why your well went dry, and so on and so forth. So even for one well, there is a possibility of doing a rock physics model, and its prediction is very powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I saw another hand here. This would be the last question.
Yes, my question is related to iteration. As you have said that the main thing here is the iterative process. So is the iteration is manual, or is there any automated process through which you can iterate the rock physics model or the petrophysical properties?
Yes. So for this particular study, we used a specific software. I don't want to name the software, but the iteration is very easy in that particular software, where you can do the petrophysics on the go and then change the parameters somewhere in the rock physics model and see how it affects the approximation of the elastic logs away from the wells, or maybe on the well that you're trying to achieve. So it's quite intuitive and it's very fast. So you just go through petrophysics to rock physics in one go, in one window. It's not a operation that you have to go manually put the logs in one software and then run the petrophysics and then go back to another software where you put rock physics model. So it's very iterative process in the same window. You can do it. There are different softwares that do it, but I think if you don't have petrophysical connection in any software for rock physics modeling, I think you should run away from that software. So that would be my message.
Thank you, Adil. Wonderful paper. You and your co-authors have done a wonderful job. helping us understand the, rather building the bridges between the petrophysical and the rock physics stuff, try to understand how to expand the knowledge that you gain from drilling of the well, trying to really get with the kind of like a rock physics model developed. I think you share your experience with the audience, and I hope that they're going to really learn from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I guess the next presentation is on developing the depletion strategy of the structurally complex down-thrown oil field through improved reservoir characterization and static modeling. This is going to be presented by Binish Aslam. She is working at UEP as a reservoir geoscientist. She completed her master's degree in geophysics from Bahia University, Islamabad, and she has been associated with UEP since 2019. Over to you, Binish.
Thank you, Zahir Saab. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. Today, my name is Binish Aslam, and today I'm going to share with you a depletion strategy that we developed for a structurally complex down-thrown oil field, and we achieved this. We achieved this through improved reservoir characterization and static modeling. For this project, I had the pleasure of collaborating with Hassan Ahmed Khan, Musab Abdur Rahman, and Shadab Ali Qureshi from within UEPL. Apart from that, we also had support and suggestions from our joint venture managing partners from GHPL, Atikur Rahman and Abdul Basit. I would really like to thank them for their input. Next slide, please. Okay, so today I'm going to discuss with you I will give you a brief introduction of the study area, which will include the geology and tectonics. Then we will have a brief inventory of the database that we had available for the static model. Then I will discuss the methodology that has been divided into the conceptual model, the fault model, and the structural model. I will also discuss briefly how we have done petrophysical properties estimation. This will be followed by how we did rock typing and water saturation height functions. The petrophysical property distribution will also be briefly discussed, and I will then end and conclude the presentation with the results and the way forward that we have adopted as a result of this static model. So the area that we have under study is pretty well known. It is situated in the Lower Indus Basin, which is an extensional regime. The Lower Indus Basin is a well-known and prolific hydrocarbon producing basin of Pakistan. The major geology and tectonics of this area are affected by the continental rifting that occurred between the Madagascar and Indian plates sometime between mid to late Cretaceous. So because of this rifting events, the common structural styles that we find within these areas are anticlines, thrust faulted anticlines, tilted fault blocks, and hoist and graben structures. The source rocks that are prominent in this area are from the shales of Lower Guru and Sambar formation, while the reservoir formations are mostly from the Lower Guru formation, and within this Lower Guru we have the upper sands, middle sands, and the lower basal sands. While shales of the Upper Guru are acting as cap rock throughout the region. And the hydrocarbon type that we find within Lower Indus Basin is also from the oil and gas. So you can see on the right side that the field is located on the down-thrown side of the main fault. Before this, when exploration started in the Lower Indus Basin, the dominant reservoirs that we find are usually situated on the up-thrown side of the main fault blocks. But after exploring those reservoirs, those fields, now that we have exhausted all of them, we are now moving towards exploring and developing the down-thrown sides of the main faults. Okay, so this is the alpha field that I am going to discuss with you today is producing oil from the upper sands of the lower groove formation on the downthrown side of the main fault. This is a generalized stratigraphic column for the lower Indus Basin. Here we can see that the source rocks are mostly from the late Jurassic to early Cretaceous shales, and the reservoirs are within the early Cretaceous lower groove formations. And the shales that are adjacent to these sands are usually acting as the seal for this. This is a, this here is a, this is a cross section across the lower Indus Basin that is showing the regional structural styles that can be found in the area. So now coming to the study area that I am basically presenting today as my project, because we are this was a field that was situated on the downthrown side. We were experiencing two main challenges with this field. First of them was that because of intense faulting, there was compartmentalization across the field, and this is a challenge if you are trying to produce oil from a compartmentalized field, because the oil is trapped in different compartments. So you have to really understand the compartmentalization across the field to have an idea and produce optimally from that field. The second challenge that we had with this was the reservoir heterogeneity. Reservoir heterogeneity we were experiencing because of greater overburden because of being situated on the downthrown side of the field. Apart from that, some diagenesis processes were also contributing to the reservoir heterogeneity in these downthrown fields. So and these two challenges were producing two problems for us. First of them, as I discussed, it was that we cannot optimally produce oil field if we don't understand the compartmentalization. And the second one is that if you have reservoir heterogeneity, the estimation of in-place numbers becomes very uncertain. So to have a more certain in-place number, it was better to understand and capture the reservoir heterogeneity. So for the mitigation of these challenges, we adopted two strategies. One of them was to have reservoir characterization. This was done through rock typing across the field that divided the whole reservoir into different rock flow units. And based on that, we were able to understand and evaluate our reservoir more. The second strategy was to develop a static model. This static model was built so that we can understand the placement and the communication across the splay faults that are present in the field. So for this project, the database that we had from the geological side, we have 7 wells across the field from north to south. And we had wireline log data from these wells that was processed for the petrophysical estimations. We also had FMI data in one of these wells that was used to confirm the dip of the main field bounding fault. Apart from that, core data from one well, Alpha 1, was also utilized for the RC analysis and sedimentological core study. And from the geophysical side, we had horizons interpreted from the seismic, and we incorporated the splay faults that were visible on the seismic section. So for the methodology, the first step that we took was to build a conceptual model. This conceptual model was very important to build because without this, to understand the reservoir heterogeneity would have been very difficult. For the building of this conceptual model, we were relying on two studies. One of them was from the core sedimentological study that we carried out on Alpha 1 well, and another was a regional study that we had done for the reservoir to understand the environment of deposition for different reservoirs. So the regional study that we conducted indicated that the dominant environment of deposition for B sands is shallow marine, where the reservoirs are usually deposited along the shore face settings. So here you can see that at this point, these areas are basically tidally influenced channelized deposits, which are deposited as a result of interaction between tidal and fluvial processes. Another deposits that you can see here and are producing from B sands are these tidal sand waves, and these are what we have been targeting in our alpha field. These tidal sand waves are deposited parallel to the shoreline, and they have an extent of about 2 kilometers and width of about 2 kilometers and height of 1 kilometer. So they are not that extensive that you can find them very regionally. You have to really focus your exploration in different areas to understand them. And in this cross section along this sand wave, you can see that this sand wave can be divided into three different facies. One of them is the sand wave crust. This sand wave crust has bioturbated sands which are lime rich, and therefore they are not very good quality reservoirs. The second ones that we have are these sand wave flanks. These are coarse grained, well sorted, clean sandstones, and these are basically the prolific reservoirs that have been producing in our alpha field. And the third facies that we have is this sand wave margins that are basically the transition with the shelf, and these are argillaceous sandstones, so they are more rich in clay content and they are poor quality reservoirs. For lower Guru B sand in our alpha field, the main producing zones are situated from the sand wave flanks, which are the best reservoir qualities. Sorry. Okay, so the fault model was developed to counter the problem of compartmentalization across the field. As you can see here in this seismic section, this is the main fault, and we have 3 splay faults right along this main fault parallel to it. And because of these splay faults, we also have a very steep dip, and these are also producing compartmentalization across this area. And this region here is very tectonically disturbed. So many of these splay faults, as seen on the seismic sections, were incorporated into the static model. Some of these splay faults were also confirmed from the different wells that we had from Alpha 4 and Alpha 7. And FMI data from Alpha 7 helped us to confirm the dip of this main fault, that it was around 75 to 80 degrees. Okay, for the structural model, we basically developed a stratigraphic framework that was oriented in the northeast to southwest direction. This orientation of direction was taken from the understanding of B sand and environment of deposition for the B sand wave crusts. Based on stratigraphic correlation across these 7 wells, the complete reservoir of B sand was divided into 7 different zones. Zone 2 and Zone 6 were the most prolific reservoirs that have been producing in this area. Pillar gridding method was used for this static model, and it was employed because pillar gridding is able to capture the topographic variations that are present because of the faults very accurately. So for petrophysical property estimation, the porosity data was calculated from the wildline logs. For permeability data, we used the RCA analysis from Alpha 1 well. The RCA analysis on that core data gave us an estimate that the permeabilities vary from 0.01 to 450 millidarcy. This porosity permeability relationship established at Alpha 1 well was then applied to all of the different wells through neural networking technique, and to QC the results of the neural networking, those were also correlated with the PBU analysis at Alpha 1 and Alpha 2, and they were a fairly good match. So we were confident on our permeability data. This graph here, you can see that this is the relationship established from the RCA between porosity and permeability, and these black dots are the data that was created from the neural networking technique for all of the different wells, and it is a fairly similar kind of trend as we had from the Alpha 1 well. So rock typing. Rock typing was very important, as important as the conceptual model, because the rock typing is able to, it enables us to divide the reservoir into different distinct units, and those units are basically divided on the fact that they are deposited under similar geological conditions, and then they are also undergone through similar diagenetic processes. These two things help, these two things basically define that this rock unit is going to have a similar relationship between their petrophysical properties such as porosity and permeability. They are also going to have a similar capillary pressure profile and saturation height function. And because of all these characteristics, the fluid flow characteristics of these rock units are similar. And that is what we were trying to basically achieve in our static model. And also incorporating this rock typing at the static model level, it helps that you don't have to apply, a multiplier at the simulation model. So this was very critical for us. This CDF analysis here and this porosity permeability relationship established at the field level divided the reservoir into 5 rock units. However, when we correlated this with the MICP data from the Alpha 1 well, the excellent rock quality and the very poor rock quality was not present here, and therefore we upgraded or upscaled these 5 rock units into 3 rock units. And these 3 rock units were basically then distributed across our static model. For saturation height modeling, a scaled Harrison fitting function was used. This was used because this fits the curve, this fits the capillary pressure curve with the different coefficients, and it is very controlled. And the results were also verifying this, because the saturation calculated on the wireline logs was in a very good match with the saturation established through this saturation height function. So for the petrophysical property distribution, 2 techniques were used. For vertical distribution, we developed a composite vertical proportional curve and from all the wells, and this helped to understand and incorporate the vertical variability across the wells. And you can see here in this diagram, this yellow colored rock type is basically the best reservoir quality, and this is present across zone 2 and zone 6. For horizontal property distribution, we use sequential indicator simulation, and this method was employed because of 3 reasons. Number 1 was that we had 7 wells, and this was enough control to have a good distribution across the field. The second was that it allows us to use a flexible variogram as indicated by the properties of our data. And number 3 was that it allows for a flexible understanding of simple depositional shore phase transition, and it also allows to handle heterogeneity in the reservoir, which was our objective of the project as well. So the results, the petrophysical, we use these vertical and horizontal distribution techniques to model the rock types across the fields, and this rock type model was then used as a bias to distribute the properties of porosity and permeability. As you can see, the porosity range varies from 0 to 20%, whereas for our most prolific zone 2, it goes as high as 19 to 20% for alpha 1 and alpha 2 wells, while for the center of the field, for alpha 3 and alpha 6, we have 10 to 12% porosity. For the lower zone 6, that is lobe 2, the porosity range is 5 to 6% in the north of the field, while in the south we have a very good deposition of zone 6, and the porosity range is from 18 to 19%. This bar chart here represents these yellow or orange bars are from the log data. The green ones are from the blocked well data, and the blue ones are from the grid model. So you can see that the distribution of the range of porosity across the relative frequency distribution of the porosity across the field is similar. And similarly for permeability model, the range of permeability was from 0 to 415, 0.01 to 415 millidarcy, and this bar chart here also represents a similar result as of this one. This green, light green is from the wireline log data, the dark green is blocked well, and blue is grid model. So you can see that the permeability distribution across the grid model was also fairly consistent with the wireline logs. So for discussion, we have three points. Number one objective was to understand the structural complexity. This was important because this is an oil field and we would like to have optimal recovery of the oil, and for that we need injection wells. When we understand the compartmentalization across the field better, we are able to place the future injection wells at better locations and have optimized hydrocarbon recovery throughout the field. And the second one was to resolve the reservoir heterogeneity. This was achieved through rock typing. And reservoir heterogeneity, resolving the reservoir heterogeneity enabled us to have a greater control on the estimation of the in-place numbers, and those also dictate how many new wells or future wells we are going to have to place in this field. The simulation of the static model is important because then with the history match and everything, we will be able to understand how the rock flow units are behaving across the faults and where to place the wells. So for the conclusion and way forward, it is very important whenever we are building a static model that we incorporate as much data as possible from all the reservoir engineering, from the geology, geophysics, and we control the distribution of the properties with the conceptual model so that the distribution of reservoir is as close to the real picture as possible. And based on this static model, the way forward that we have decided for depleting our oil field is that we will be drilling a injection well in this compartment of Alpha 2. It is already going to be placed in a few months. At the end, I would like to give my acknowledgement to Mr. Abid Hussain and Sarmad Hassan and all the team of PAPG for organizing this event for us. I would also like to give my thanks and acknowledgement to Mr. Zahir Alam for giving us the opportunity to present this paper here on this forum, Mr. Ibrahim and Mr. Waqar also. And for the GHPL government, GHPL, I would like to thank their management, Ashrafuddin and Iftikhar Ahmad Abbasi, for their support and cooperation in presenting this paper. So,
thank you, Vinesh. Any questions? I guess there is no question. Thank you, Vinesh, for sharing the experience. So, next paper is by Mr. Saad Ghauri. He is team leader reservoir engineering with Prime. He holds the master's degree and B petroleum engineering degree from NAD University. He has extensive experience of offshore field development. And he also had tremendous experience of working with reservoir simulation, production optimization, and field development. The topic of his paper is the case study of the mature field, integrated workflows aimed at exploiting marginal reserves in the field with comparatively lucrative gas price. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Saad Ghauri here. Basically today I'm going to present a case study which is related to the mature field, Katanwari particularly. This paper highlights the importance of the integrated workflow through which the asset value of the field can be increased by adopting the integrated approaches and enhancing the field production and improving the recoveries. If we talk about by virtue of implementation of this integrated workflow, you can say that the field production of Kadanwari is not only increased but also extend or sustain its production beyond the 30 years of its lease life and is still producing quite sustainably. And currently the field development is still evolving. If we talk about the theme of current annual technical conference, which is exploring the unexplored, I would say it is not only applicable on the exploration acreages, but equally applicable on the developed field, particularly the matured one, where every possibility, every data set has to be re-explored, or every avenue has to be re-explored to increase or maximize the recoveries from those fields while continuously managing the economical challenges such as optimizing the OPEX and CAPEX. And this paper particularly represents the same idea, hence making it quite in line with the theme of annual technical conference. Primarily, this paper can be used or can be set as a classical example for the other fields of the Pakistan, other mature field of Pakistan, where the available data set can be relogged or reinterpreted, through which the field production can be enhanced as successfully achieved here in Kadanwari. Moving further, talking about the agenda, it is very straightforward. First, we will have a very quick introduction and overview of the field, and then we will have a quick look over what is the problem statement and what the device integrated workflow we have implemented on this field. And then we will go one by one in the detail of each case study, following by the conclusion. So talking about the Kadanwari, this field is basically located in the in the Khairpur district, Sindh. The field was discovered way back in 1989, and it was the first discovery in the Middle Indus Basin for the class 6.
Can I request somebody to close the door? There's a lot of noise coming. ये दरवाज़ा बंद कर देंगे, बहुत noise आ रहा है. Thank you.
Okay, so after the appraisal phase, the field came on a commercial production way back in 1995. So far, we have drilled 57 wells in the Kadanwari, utilizing the 41 well surfaces, and this statement particularly highlights the complexity of the nature of the Kadanwari and the efficient reservoir development. So talking about the geology, geologically Kadanwari is a very complex field with multiple reservoirs, play distribution, and heterogeneities of multiple sand progrades. The field is heavily compartmentalized, having a varying gas-water contact, and the trap mechanism of stratigraphic plus structure. All this factor makes the development of Kadanwari quite challenging. Therefore, the field development was not carried out in a one go or in a one single phase like a classical example, but here we adopted the phase-wise development by continuously utilizing the data through the reinterpretation or reprocessing. The production plot which is given here, you can see that since the field came on the production in 1995, the continuous development of multiple sand progrades was continued, utilizing the reprocessing or acquisition of new seismic 3D data and continuous improvement in the field production. Particularly, I want to highlight this period, 2009 and 2010, where we have a quite extensive increase in the field production, and this was coming from the continuous drilling of the wells, which were driving from the integrated reservoir study, and the main input for that is the PSDM, which was done at that point in time. So you can see that the complexity of the nature is that even after 20 years of production, the field reaches to its maximum or the peak value. So the problem statement, way back in 2020, the field started to show the production deterioration. Consequently, the problematic wells were identified and well interventions were carried out. Their productivity were restored, but production did not sustain. And the decline of the production at that point in time suggested that the field could cease to flow by the end of its lease life, which was December 2021. So basically, at that point in time, the seismic gigamerge reinterpretation or reprocessing was also in progress. So we adopted or we developed a parallel workflow strategy. A multiple prong approach has been adopted, having a three major head. First one is the GNG review. As I said, the seismic reprocessing was ongoing at that point in time. And in the second step in this head, we also redefined the correlation of the reservoir sand. Second part is the do-nothing wells, the wells which were on production. Their management and their restoration of the productivity is the critical point. And the surface network optimization, which is a continuous process which we are going to, which we adopt in the Kadanwari. So we will go one by one in this case study. Talking about the first one, seismic reprocessing, 3D seismic reprocessing. The gigamerge seismic reprocessing was carried out on the regional basis. Combining the seismic volume of all Middle Indus field, and the aim of that reprocessing was to better define the regional geological setting, structure, and also to have better fault resolutions. Once the seismic reinterpreted volume is available, the infill opportunities were reevaluated or evaluated further in detail, and consequently 3 successful wells have been drilled, and the drilling of the 4th well is in progress. Apart from that, having the more confidence on the seismic reprocessing, there is a further development plan is approved for this field. So it is very important to highlight that even after 32 years of the production, field development is still evolving, and the main reason is that we have to go back again to the geology. Using the reinterpretation, reprocessing of the data can help to develop such complex fields. Just to give you an example, well, one, how the new interpretation helped to better structure delineation. Just go in further detail that X1 well, which is highlighted here, is the first well in the appraisal phase, which was tested way back in 1990 at 30 million SCF and then suspended. Later, these southern wells, if I can point out, these southern wells were put on the production, and the one of the, you can say, the sensitivity or the realization of old processing suggests that this structure is connected with our appraisal well. So maybe the volume has already been drained by the production of these 2 southern wells. But once we have the reprocessed gigamerge available, it shows that the structure is still intact, and we have recently targeted this anomaly and successfully put on the production. Second example, which is given here, the reprocessing, how it is helping to better characterize the sand prograde. You can see that in the old processing, we have the amplitude anomaly present, but did not have much geological sense. But the reprocessing helped to define more geologically the sand prograde, and with the more geological sand having a proximal direction in the center of the prograde, while properties are deteriorating at the edges of the prograde. So the next case study is related to the redefining the reservoir sand correlation. Basically, correlations of the all reservoir sand has been redefined. Here is given only the example of the one sand, which is C sand. It is the deeper body in the lower groove sand, which is initially tested in the appraisal phase in 1991 in well Z1. Here you can see at the 8 million SCF with high water production rate. From the beginning, it is considered that this package C sand is a single unit or single sand body with having a single gas water contact. Rather, again, we have revised the correlation, and utilizing the log data, we have divided this whole package into 6 independent sand packages or sand units, having their individual gas water contact. And just to test the hypothesis of the correlation, this Z5 well, where the C5 sand is available with the terms of the accessibility, we have perforated and tested the dry gas at 5 million SCF. After proving the hypothesis and testing the dry gas at the deeper depth than the water up to in the Z1 well in the same fault block, this gives us a confidence on our hypothesis of the correlation. taking the successful result, the further development plan for this to exploit the potential of this sand is planned in terms of one infill well which is approved, and also adding a perforation in other well where it is available. So the prime message is that in the field where we are considering the whole package as a single sand body, the correlation can be looked back based on the log data and maybe can be redefined to evaluate the upside potential and to exploit them more properly. Case study 3 is related to the downhole scale management. Basically, the wells which are on the production, basically, they started to suffer, or they become prone for the downhole scaling issue due to the current prevailing pressure, temperature, and water production condition. For those wells, they require a frequent well intervention to restore their productivity continuously. Like I can give you the example of well 1, which requires a well intervention after every 3 months. So for them, a comprehensive strategy is planned and implemented, including the implementation of scale inhibition. Chemical scale inhibition we have selected, where we place the pad of the chemical inhibitor in the rat hole. In conjunction with it, the proper reservoir management strategy has been implemented. Once we have cleaned the well, we implemented the scale inhibitor. After that, we put the well on the choke back condition. This action really helped not to have a favorable condition downhole for the scales to be redeposited. Consequently, the whole strategy helped to have a efficient scales retardation, or the redeposition of the scale has been retarded. The well intervention frequency has been greatly reduced, and the well life has been greatly increased. Here, giving the example of 3 wells. The first well, you can see here, it requires a well intervention after 3 months, and then, can I go there? No. Okay. Just to give you an example of well 1, where we require a well intervention after 3 months, we implemented this strategy, and it has been producing quite stably from 2021 to onwards. Just to give you inside of this plot, this red line, this solid line is the gas rate, while the upper blue line is the flowing well head pressure. Same strategy has been adopted for the other wells. Couple of examples are there, and their life has been significantly increased. Managing the wells which are producing the high water, producing with the high water rate is always very critical. And usual thought is that once the well start to cut the formation water, the choke size can be increased to withdraw the maximum water, maximum amount of gas or hydrocarbon from it. Rather, here we implemented a reverse strategy. We put the wells on the choke back condition, and it's totally depending on the characteristic of the reservoir and aquifer itself. Here we have extensively tested the water production rate through multiple choke sizes and found that the water production rate is dependent on the choke sizes. So we have to put an optimal condition at the surface with a constant water rate and sufficient gas rate, which is enough to lift the water to the surface. Through this implementation, we have extended the life of a couple of wells. Here, giving the example of well 1, you can see that early in its production life, it started to see the formation water. And then this strategy is adopted, and the well is continuously producing even after 2 years of its production. Same strategy has been adopted, and the well life has been extended. Talking about the case study 5, which is the surface network optimization. Kadanwari has a very extensive surface network available, which gives us the flexibility to convert from HP to MP, high pressure, to medium pressure or low pressure. Basically, we have 4 nodes available, and every node has a compressor, and individually these nodes are coming to the processing plant. Considering their flowing pressure condition, they can either go to the HP header or go to the FSC as well. So utilizing that flexibility, we have converted few cyclic wells into their continuous producer. The example is given here. The well A, it was struggling to produce as a continuous producer. due to the wellhead pressure condition, and then it was diverted to the compressor by installing only a small loop line here. And then by virtue of this action, this has been converted into a continuous producer. If we compare the volume of last 4 months of production, it has recovered almost 2.5 times higher than the volume it was recovering in the same period of time under the cyclic production well. So this is the result. Basically, we started our implementation of integration workflow here, where the decline was very sharp and field was not able to sustain its production. The integrated approach was adopted, including the GNG, geophysics, and reservoir, and all the data we can integrate. And through that, we have increased the Kadanwari production. In the first phase, we have implemented the well interventions and all this management, and then couple of successful wells came in based on the seismic reinterpretation, and then the third well just came on the production. It is also important to mention that the field which is supposed to cease its production now is still withdrawing the volume, which is almost equal to the volume it was producing way back in January 2020. So this is the main achievement we have got from the integrated approach. The key achievement is the successful extension of the lease life. The benefit or the successful result we have got, the integration of the work, the technical work is there, but the comparative lucrative price of the Kadanwari also play a role, but that role I can say is elementary, is supplementary basically. Strategic planning and execution is very important. All these case study which I have shown that they are data driven, and stakeholder collaboration and continuous improvement are the crucial factor where we are dealing. So integrated approach, including from the geology to reservoir to surface data, is the key factor for enhancing the production from those fields which are considered to be mature, which are considered to be having complex in nature. So replicating the success, as I said, this case study can act as a classical example for the other fields of Pakistan. So acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge all the stakeholder and ATC committee for allowing us to present this paper. Thank you. If you have any question.
Thank you, Saad, sharing your experience of monetizing mature fields. Thank you very much.
Next paper is by Hena, Machine Learning Based Facies Modeling for Optimized Reservoir Characterization of Low Guru Formation Middle Indus Basin. Hena Wajid Sati is currently working with LMKR as geoscientist in Reservoir Characterization Department and worked on several geological and geophysical projects. She is currently pursuing a doctorate degree, mainly focusing on advanced machine learning approaches in geoscience domain. Having an experience of 6 years, she played a role in integrated geoscience studies, related tasks, and software training. Hena, you might start.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hena Wajid Sati, working as a geoscientist at LMKR. Today, I'm here to present our machine learning-based facie modeling for optimized reservoir characterization of Lower Guru Formation, Lower Indus Basin. The outline of the presentation begins with an introduction to the study area, followed by the overview of the dataset employed in the study. Then I will delve into the workflow and methodology employed to apply petrophysical analysis and exploratory data analysis. Then I will proceed to the results, which are the petrophysical properties and the elastic properties. And in the end, I will conclude the presentation. Introduction. The study area lies in the Middle Indus Basin, Pakistan. The structural makeup is resulted from 3 post-tectonic elements, that is, the late Cretaceous uplift and erosion, the late Tertiary to recent uplifting and erosion of Khairpur and Jacobabad highs, basement, and the development of the basement rooted north-northwest to south-southeast oriented drench faults. The petroleum system deposited throughout the Cretaceous epoch in this region. The main challenges faced by this field includes the heterogeneous reservoir and the early field depletion. Stratigraphy and petroleum play. To assess the petroleum system in any field, certain key components need to be considered. These include the presence of a source rock with having a good organic content, the existence of a reservoir rock having the effective porosity, the presence of a seal rock to hinder the migration of that hydrocarbon, and the presence of a trap to accumulate that hydrocarbon. In this particular specific study area, the source rock consists of lower Cretaceous Sambar Formation and lower Guru Formation, particularly B, C, and shale intervals. The reservoir that consists of lower Cretaceous, lower Guru sand intervals of A, B, and C interval. The seal rock comprise of the lower Cretaceous Sambar Formation and the upper Cretaceous lower Guru Formation. Collectively, again, we're having Paleocene and Eocene members. At the end, we have trap geometries, which are essential for accumulation of hydrocarbon, include the fault-bonded structures, which normally have normal faults. These elements collectively contribute to the contribution of petroleum system in this study area. Workflow. The basic workflow designed for this study includes the collection of the seismic and the well data. After the collection of the seismic, the well data, the exploratory data analysis is a crucial step in identifying the outliers or any noise in that particular data set. After the removal of noise from the data, a clean data set is got ready for the further analysis. For this, lithologs are generated by using the petrophysical logs, and then the CWT, that is continuous wavelet transform, is applied to the seismic data to decompose its components into 3 components. The results of the CWT are then combined with the petrophysical logs to identify petrophysical properties across the entire seismic cube, and at the end we have gas, sand, facie, probability, volume. Dataset. The dataset implied for this study comprised of 3D seismic post-stack data covering an area of 12 square kilometer. The wells specified in this field are T02, T07, T04, and T05. To provide the spatial context to our interpretation, the base map on the right side of the figure displays an arbitrary line that passes through all the wells. You can see the orientation of the line is northwest to southeast direction. Okay. The figure on the right side displays the seismic section. After the creation of robust seismic to well tide, the C interval is marked on the seismic section, that is a reservoir zone. Over here, the red color depicts the positive peaks, whereas the blue color depicts the negative trough. Petrophysical analysis. Now moving towards the results for petrophysical analysis for specifically well T07. First of all, the hydrocarbon bearing zone is marked on the basis of low volume of gamma ray, high resistivities, and the crossover between neutron and density logs. For this, we get the zone of interest, over where the petrophysical results concluded were average volume of shale was 8 to 10%, effective porosity was 13 to 15%, and water saturation was about 40 to 45%. Based on these results, different cutoffs were developed on the basis of volume of shale and saturation of water to describe 3 distinct lithophases, which are gas sand, wet sands, and shale. The initial exploratory data analysis is a crucial step in this study. It helps us to identify the outliers present in the data and identify that whether these outliers are noise or they are any anomaly. First of all, the first figure, the pair plot, represents the presence of outliers in the data, which is encircled by red circles. In the second figure, these outliers are removed by applying machine learning algorithm so that we can get a noise-free data and apply our further analysis on this data, and which cannot affect our results. The outliers are removed by using one class SVM algorithm. Box plot analysis. Continuing with our data analysis, the next step is the analysis through box plot analysis. Box plot analysis again helps us to identify and predict the outliers present in our data set. This technology helps us to remove all the unwanted data before we apply the machine learning technology. Box plot analysis The heat map below, the heat maps point us towards the identification of inliers and outliers. Over here, the box plot work on the principle of identifying quartiles. You can see over here in the above figure that the some data points stand outside these quartiles, and over here we we identify them as outliers. But now this is very important for the interpreter to identify either these outliers are noise or there are any anomaly present in our data set. Several machine learning algorithms were applied, which include one-class SVM, isolation forest, minimum covariance, outlier factor, and standard deviation. Among all of them, these one-class SVM proved to be the best in identifying outliers in this data set. Correlation matrix and log prediction. The figure on the above figure shows us the correlation matrix. Over here, the relationship between various petrophysical and elastic logs is developed, which is rho B, P impedance, S impedance. We have volume of shale, effective porosity, and water saturation. Over here, you can see that the diagonal represent 100% correlation, showing us that we have one-to-one correlation. Whereas, if we move away from the diagonal, we have a positive direct and a negative inverse relation between different petrophysical properties and the elastic properties. This relation is known as a Pearson correlation. Over here, two wells, that is T02 and T07, are considered as a training well, and the data is used to test a blind well, that is T05. Gradient boosting regressor performed very excellent in this area for estimation of effective porosity with an R2 score of 0.924%. 92.4%, sorry. Now here are the results for gradient boosting regressor. The input logs for this are GR, neutron per log, volume of shale, density, and the output is our effective porosity. Over here you can see that we have a strong correlation between the predicted, that is the red, and interpreted, that is a blue effective porosity. Again, the gradient boosting regressor achieved good performance of the testing well with an R2 score of 92.4%. Continuous wavelet transform. Now let's move towards the application of continuous wavelet transform. The CWT technique is very helpful in decomposing the seismic data into its three distinct components, that is the real, imaginary, and the magnitude in the frequency domain. CWT helps us to identify and remove the noise and identify features which are not visible on the time seismic domain. These features include folds, falls, and structures. Then moving towards the application of CWT, over here you can see that the CWT has decomposed that trace amplitude data into the real part and then analyzed DT, SDT, rho B, volume of clay, effective porosity, and water saturation to predict these properties on the well location. The average frequency for this area lies between 10 to 30 Hertz. After the calculation of petrophysical properties at the well location, we expand these results onto the seismic and obtain our results on the entire seismic cubes. Okay. Volume of shale. The first property of interest is volume of shale, which is calculated by gradient boosting regressor. In this figure, you can see that the reservoir zone, that is C interval, is marked over here. Over here, you can see that the green represent the low volume of shale, whereas the magenta color represent the high volume of shale. The zone of interest, the C sand, which is particularly we are interested, is depicting the low volume of shale. Effective porosity. Again, an arbitrary line is transversed through the seismic section, which is displaying all the wells. Over here, the purple color represents the low porosity, effective porosity, whereas the red color depicts the high effective porosity. Again, over here, you can see that the C zone of the sand interval within the C interval represents high effective porosity. The last property of interest, that is gas sand probability, is again calculated by using the gradient boosting regressor. In the reservoir zone, you can see that the blue color indicates the low gas sand probability, whereas reddish pink color depicts the high gas sand probability. The C sand interval in which we are interested within the reservoir zone depicts a high gas sand probability, and these results also align with the results of the wells which are superimposed on this figure. At the end, what we did was we created the slices for all of these four properties, that is volume of clay, effective porosity, water saturation, and gas sand probability distribution. You can see a strong correlation between all of these properties at the reservoir level, that where volume of shale is low, effective porosity is high, water saturation is low, and we have a probable gas zone present in this particular area. These map differentiate, the volume of shale map differentiates clean sands at T07 well, that is 10 to 30%, shaly sands at T04 well, that is 30 to 35%, and shale facies at T05 well, that is greater than 45%. The effective porosity is around 10 to 12% at T07 well, 6 to 7% at T04 well, and 5 to 6% at T05 well. If we talk about the water saturation, it is 45 to 50% T07 well, 55 to 60% T04 well, and 70 to 80% at T05 well. The gas sand facie map also confirms the probability of gas sand about 80 to 90% and can be a good producing zone. Conclusion. In the conclusion, we can conclude that the cutting-edge machine learning method helps to characterize the C-interval sand of the T-gas field. The gradient boosting regressor trained machine learning for petrophysics and elastic properties to identify gas-bearing zones with low volume of shale, high effective porosity, and low water saturation. Machine learning effectively solves various issues such as determining the reservoir heterogeneity and quality. The major producing facies are delineated in the northeastern wells, that is T02 and T07 well, which are featured as a low volume of shale, high effective porosity, and low water saturation. This method can effectively map the distribution of field highest likelihood of coming across the gas sand facie while also cutting down on calculation time. Machine learning techniques limit the amount of human input and are mainly data-driven, leading to smaller uncertainties and greater confidence in the outcomes obtained in the constrained period of just a few hours. Currently, significant easy targets have been accessed and produced, while the focus has been directed to these difficult reservoirs as in this study. Thank you all for your patience. If you have any question, you feel free to ask.
I think there's no question. Thank you, Hina. It was a very good presentation. I think the key to a successful machine learning outcome is the more the data you have, the more accurate the result would be. Thank you, Hina. Next, that's it.
Thank you so much, sir, ma'am. And thank you all for being with us for this session. So now we will move toward to give the token of appreciation to the contributor of these papers. So first of all, I would like to request you both, please come to the stage. So for the paper one, I would like to call Mr. Adil Azim from MPCL. Mr. Ali Hamid. Mr. Muhammad Munib Virak. Mr. Fahim Razak. Mr. Faraz Abid. I think, Adil, you can take of Mr. Faraz Abid as well. So for paper 2, I would like to request Ms. Binish Aslam. Mr. Hassan Ahmed Khan. I think so. So Mr. Musab Abdul Rahman, Mr. Shadab Ali Qureshi. I think one of them is there, Mr. Abdul Basit Akram, for the paper 2. Then for the paper 3, I would like to call Mr. Saad Ali Gauri. Mr. Muhammad Amjad. Mr. Muhammad Asam Sawani Sahab, sir. Mr. Saud Latif. Mr. Abdullah Gayoor. So I think some of the contributor of paper 2 has come. So Miss Binesh, you can take yours. And Hassan, you too, please come, both of you. Okay. So now the Muhammad Amjad has also come for paper 3. So for paper 4, I would like to call Miss Hina Wajid Sati. Dr. Zahidullah. Mr. Muyassar Hussain. Mr. Farooq Arshad. And Mr. Bilal Malik. So to give token of appreciation to our chair and co-chair, I would like to call upon two of our senior geologists sitting in this room, Mr. Munsaf Channa Saab, please sir, and Mr. Tufail Ahmed Khoso Saab. Sir, please come to the stage and present shield to the chair and co-chair. So thank you so much, sir and ma'am. So now you can enjoy lunch. Thank you. See you in next session.
to get seated. Thank you. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. We are going to start the second GNG session. I would like to request Mr. Arshad Hussain Palekar to please come on the stage. Mr. Arshad. Can somebody call Mr. Arshad Palekar, please? Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Please, sir. Assalamu alaikum, sir. So we are going to now start the session. But before we start the session, let me please briefly introduce our esteemed chairpersons. I'll start from Mr. Arshad Hussain Palekar. Mr. Arshad Hussain is a General Manager, Exploration and Core Business Development in PPL, a seasoned E&P professional with over 30 years of experience. Mr. Arshad Palekar joined PPL on November 16, 2016 as Senior Manager Exploration SME Specialist Geoservices at Head Office. He was redesignated as SME North in November 2019 to oversee companies operated and partner operated exploration licenses in Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Later, he moved on to the Overseas and Core Business Development Department at Head Office to develop and direct domestic and international exploration strategy and identify business opportunities before his promotion as General Manager, Core and Business Development on March 24, 2023 to oversee Exploration Directorate. Prior to joining PPL, Mr. Arshad remained associated with leading E&P companies as well as service provider for over 20 years to gain a well-rounded experience. He got insight of the complete cycle of Pakistan's upstream exploration, development and production with LASMO, later ENI Pakistan Limited, for 14 years between 1992 and 2007 in various positions. Later, he worked for globally renowned service provider Schlumberger for over 9 years between 2007 and 16 in various management roles, with a focus on providing solutions for client-specific challenges using an integrated approach. It's an honor to have you here, sir. Mr. Irfan Hamid has 24 years global E&P experience in integrated formation evaluation, field development and exploration. He graduated in petroleum geology in 1995 from University of Karachi, currently associated with OGDCL as Manager Reservoir Management. Previously served in Schlumberger, ADNOC, Qatar Petroleum, Dragon Oil Turkmenistan and OMV International. Served in various geographic regions, that is Southeast Asia, Middle East, North Africa, FSU and Eastern and Central Europe in offshore and onshore projects. Mr. Irfan Hamid, it's an honor to have you here as our chair. So, sir, before we proceed on, I would like to request all the participants that you have 20 minutes to present your work. After the 20 minutes, our chairpersons will ring the bell and you will have to cut short your presentation. So try to make it in 20 minutes. So I'll be handing over the participants to the chairperson and they'll be calling them one by one for their presentations. No, sorry. Mr. Waqar Ahmed.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. The first presenter of this session is going to be Mr. Waqar Ahmed. Waqar Ahmed is currently working in a Pakistan Petroleum Limited as a Deputy Chief Geophysicist in the Exploration Department. He completed his master's degree in geophysics from the Qaeda University, Islamabad in 2008 and joined the PPL thereafter. Later, he was awarded the PPL Foreign Scholarship. He completed his master's degree in exploration geophysics with distinction from the University of Leeds in UK. He previously worked on the petroleum prospectivity of the blocks following Lower Indus Basin. He is currently working on the petroleum prospectivity of exploration frontier areas, including Kirthar, Suleiman, Ford, Thrust belts, and Indus offshore. His area of interest are seismic interpretation, mapping, seismic imaging, with a focus on the depth imaging and FWI and seismic reservoir characterization. He is an active member of AAPPG, SEG, EAG, PAPG. So I would like to welcome Mr. Waqar Ahmed for the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. My presentation is structure, style, and hydrocarbon entrapment mechanism in the Kalat Plateau, Kirthar Fold Belt, and co-authors are Mr. Ghulam Murtaza, Mr. Abud Hussain, Mr. Mudassar Zubair Khan, Mr. Walid Jangiri, and Mr. Umar Farooq. The presentation outline is that I will start with the introduction, then the structural division of the northern Kirthar Fold Belt, then the mechanical stratigraphy of the area, geological map of the Kalat Plateau, structural configuration of the Kalat Plateau on seismic as visible on the seismic, then geological cross-section through the northern Kirthar Fold Belt, field photographs of the Kalat Plateau, regional Eocene depositional isopac map, previous structural models of the Kalat Plateau, and further evidence of Ghazij decalment, petroleum system of the area, and present day stresses and open fractures, and then end the presentation with the conclusions. Kalat Plateau, as highlighted with the blue rectangle on the map on the right, is area of intense deformation, and it falls in the northern part of the Kirthar Fold and Thrust Belt, Pakistan, defining the complexly deformed western margin of the Indo-Pakistan tectonic plate. Most of the work has been published on the frontal part of the Kirthar Fold Belt, and less published work on the Kalat Plateau area, and no prior work which involves the use of seismic data to make the subsurface architecture more clear. So here is a photograph as shown on the map on the right, and from here to the northwest, we can see the Kalat Plateau, where mostly Kirthar limestone, as highlighted, is exposed on the surface. And basically, this photograph is from the Kachijal anticline, and here Dunga limestone is exposed. Then there is Eocene Ghazij formation, and then plateau area, the uplifted area is there, where mostly Eocene Kirthar limestone is present. So this area has surface elevation of more than 2,000 meter average mean sea level and has extreme rugged topography. Now we will come to the structural division of the Kirthar Fold Belt, northern part of the Kirthar Fold Belt. So major areas as can be divided into Sibi Trough, and then as we go in the west, it's the Kirthar deformation front, the frontal thrust part of it, and then towards further west we have interior Kirthar mountain range, and then the eastward buttresses of the Kalat Plateau, which include Parijal anticline, Kachijal anticline, Pataknala uplift, Nugama uplift, and Khuzdarnat, etc. And then our study area, which is Kalat Plateau, it's shown on the map with the blue polygon, and then westward margin of the Kalat Plateau, which is Nali anticline or Gazaband fault, and then further west we have Pashin Basin or Katawaz Basin defines a significant structural depression separating the northern Kirthar Fold Belt from the Chaman Orange Nala Stixley fault system to the west. As any deformation involves that how stresses are in that area and what is the mechanical stratigraphy of the area. So on the right, there is our stratigraphy of the area is shown, and we have divided this stratigraphy into three zones. From mechanical stratigraphy point of view, zone 1 is composes of pre-Ghazij rocks, and it includes from Ghazij and rocks up to the Paleozoic rocks. And then zone 2 is composed of Eocene Ghazij shale. It is further subdivided into 3 units, which are lower, middle, and upper part. The basal part of Ghazij acts as a decalmate zone. Very important aspect of the when we evaluate the prospectivity of this area and plan exploration well is the Ghazij formation and its thickness, and then the its decalmate, because what happens that this decalmate separate the tectonics which is above and below of it, and the surface, the structure which we find on the surface are not exactly extended to the surface. So we have two different structures which are on the surface, and second one which are on the subsurface. Then the unit 1 is of lower gauge, which are marine shales. These are soft and plastic rocks, and because of its lithology, it's act as a decalmate zone. Then the unit 2 is middle gauge, a deltaic to nearshore claystone dominated lithology with interbedded calcolithite sand. And then the third part is upper gauge. So basically clay dominated fluvial lithology, and then a separate more part is marab conglomerates. So here the geological map of the area is shown, and in the yellow color you can see the Eocene Kirthar limestone is exposed in all the major part of the Kallat Plateau. And from the structures which are mapped on the surface, you can see that these are very short wavelength and narrow structures which are exposed at the surface. And around the plateau, in pink color, you can see the Gazij formation, and then in blue color is the Dungan formation, Paleocene Dungan formation. And Cretaceous rocks are in green color, and Jurassic rocks are in dark pink color. And zone 3, from the surface, one thing you can observe that the Eocene or the structures of zone 3 are shorter in wavelength and very narrow structures. But the structures which are the buttresses of the Kallat Plateau are the deeper level structures like the Parijal, Kachijal, anticline. These are large structures. So from the view of the geological map, it's clear that you have two structure regimes from just view of it before going to the seismic of the area. Then we have few field photographs of the area. The first photograph here is calcolithite sandbeds of the Gazij formation are shown, and these are near vertical beds. And in the second photograph, the small wavelength anticlines within the Kirthar limestones are shown. And in the third photograph, which is below, the box type anticline is shown, which is again in the Kirthar formation. And in the fourth photograph, we have a parasitic anticline within the Kirthar limestone, and then at the bottom, you can see that horizontal beds are present. And in the fifth photograph, there is nearly vertical fault, and then the different layerings again within the Kirthar limestone, it's present. So overall, by viewing these field photographs, you can see that the structural deformation is very intense in the area. As we are close to the hinterland, and the stresses are acting hugely in the area, and they have deformed the Kirthar limestone and the Gazij limestone present in the this Kallat Plateau. Then, as we are more concerned about the Gazij formation at its thickness, because all our targets underlie it. When we viewed the isopac of the vintage isopac map of the area of Eocene rocks, it shows that when we go to the western area, anomalous thickness of Eocene rocks is reported. So as shown in the study area, 1 to 3 kilometer thickness of these Eocene rocks is reported in this area. But as we go to the cross sections in the next slides, we can see that the researchers which have worked in the area, they have not taken into account the variation of Eocene rocks, especially the Gazij formation, while making the cross sections. So this is the Colombo Plan geological map and cross section of 1961, and the location of Kallat Plateau is shown here. And here the Kirthar formation is shown in the blue color. And you can see that they had not extrapolated below Kirthar that how thickness of various formation is changing, or what are the structures extending below it. But overall, other than the plateau, they have shown like this. Here is the Chiltern limestone, but they have not modeled in this area. And this is the structural cross-section prepared by Mr. Daniel Schelling in 1999. And here, again in the yellow, Kirthar limestone is shown, and in orange color is the Gazij formation. And you can pretty much constant thickness of Gazij is taken, and the structures which are below, they are exactly at the surface anticline location. So they are, what they are doing, they are projecting the surface structures to the subsurface. So what they have done, they have taken the constant thickness of Eocene Gazij formation and added their sedimentary units below the Kalat plateau. So this is very important that whether your surface anticlines are extended to the subsurface or you have different structures in the subsurface. So previous work as shown here is extrapolating or extending the surface structures to the subsurface. And this is another cross-section. This is basically third-party PPL unpublished internal report of 2015. So they have not taken into account the decalment within the Gazij formation. So they are also extending the surface structures to the subsurface. So basically, all these studies are, they are not taken into account the seismic data, which was not available at that time, and what seismic has shown us, we will discuss in the next slide. And here is the seismic line, which is regional seismic line, which is shown in the red color here. And you can, this is the position of point here, A dash, and this is A. And you can see that this is the Kirthar formation, which is exposed at the surface at the Kalat plateau location. And then the thickness of this is Gazij formation. And below Gazij formation, in orange, you have Dungan formation, and blue in the top of Chiltern limestone. Okay. So you can see that there is abrupt variation within the Gazij formation, and the surface and subsurface structures are totally disconnected, and this is the interpreted decalment at the unit bottom mass unit of Gazij formation. And here is the extended geological cross-section to the Kalat plateau. And you can see that same thing is shown as this is Gazij formation, and zone 1 structure are deformed uniformly, where we have steeper faults. But when you go to upward the decalment, what is happening that we have imbricate thrust system, and they are a relatively gentle fault which terminate in the bottom part in the decalment, basal decalment. And then one further evidence of the decalment is the FMI data of Well A. Well A is the basically first discovery through this plateau. And you can see in Gazij, you have abrupt variation in dips because of the flow nature of this Gazij formation. But when you go in the pre-Gazij rocks, zone 1 rocks, we have very gentle dips. What we are observing on the surface, you can see same in the FMA data that these are gentle dips at this level. And then we come towards the petroleum system of the area, and from the basin modeling, we can see that Gazij formation, which is also a top seal, is also source rock, acts as source rock in the area, and it's in the oil to wet gas generation window. And from this grabens, it charged the structures in the upthrown structures. And then other source rocks are also there, which is Mogulkot, Moro, and then the Triassic rocks. And then present day stress regime, the area is in present day in the strike slip regime. And what happened that you have The SV is the sigma 2, it's the vertical, and then the stress is maximum horizontal stress orientation is the northwest to southeast direction. And these are low matrix porosity reservoirs to mainly flow to the fractures, and fracture orientation is also same as the maximum horizontal stress orientation, and these are the critically stressed fractures. These are open and flow, and these are the strike slip faults interpreted on the surface. So now we come toward the conclusion slide. The Gazij decalment is very important, and it separates the structuration above it and below it. And the structuration of the Kalat plateau is majorly influenced by the mechanical stratigraphy in the area, in which the Gazij formation plays a key role through its lithology and depositional thickness variation. Major structural deformation in Kalat plateau occurred after the deposition of Kirthar limestone and simultaneously deformed strata above and below the decalment. The structural framework of Kalat plateau presents great potential for hydrocarbon entrapment. The Gazij shale is responsible for the development of decalment and also act as regional topsoil in the area. In other parts of the Kirthar fold belt, especially in the frontal area where we have several other blocks, the main thing to look after is the thickness variation of the Gazij, because where we have significant thickness of Gazij present, and especially at the bottommost lower Gazij unit, the presence of decalment needs to be confirmed prior to the drilling of exploration wells. The apparent thickness of Gazij can increase manifold due to tectonic thickening. And we acknowledge the PPL management for their permission to allow to show our work and data. So any question, please?
Thank you very much, Waqar, for your presentation. Just to keep the schedule on time, I would request audience to have 3 questions. Yeah. Thank you. Ji, Dr. Saab.
My name is Dr. Sajjad. You have assumed a basal decalment within the Gazij. But I was looking at the cross section that towards the hinterland, and this decalment is doing nothing. No structuration and no involvement of these older rocks, Dungan and older. So how come this can happen? I mean, what are the geological evidences of this decalment, and why this decalment is doing nothing with the lower horizon, at least in the hinterland side?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Actually, this the hinterland of this particular basin, the Kalat, where Kalat plateau is present, was the depot center of the Gazij formation, and all the Gazij is deposited in this part. As we move toward the west, there is a hinterland, just a boundary fault we have seen over there, like the Kalat fault. So toward the east of that, the main Gazij depositional system was there. So the decalment is within that particular part, only exists in nearby the Kalat. Even if we move toward the eastern side of Kalat plateau, where the thickness of the formation is about 1,000 or 1,200 meter, there is a very good symmetry, and based on that, the previous work, the people have seen that the Dungan and the Kirthar formation have the same dipping slope over there. So, but when we drill the well and see the FMI data and drilled our structure beneath that particular Gazij formation, there we see the difference in structuration, and based on the seismic data, those are separated from the structuration which we have seen in particularly in the Kirthar and Gazij part, particularly in the central part of Kalat plateau. So that is why you are absolutely right. It's not doing something which it should do toward the west, because the Gazij thickness is also decreasing as we move toward the west, because that is its providence area.
ये स्लाइड के ऊपर ये आप बता सकते हैं स्लाइड के ऊपर जो है
So on this particular slide, if you see, so almost parallel, like that. So in the hinterland side, toward this side, gazage was not deposited. Some kind of over-interpretation we have done, particularly in this area, but the seismic data in this particular place was not good enough to give us some more confidence how this margin is actually developed. So in future, we will see that how that particular part is would be developed. So
I would like to say something, that this decollement is for sure coming from west, from the B side. You can see, look at the section, and it is strangely coming from side B, from west.
Yeah.
But in the west, it is doing nothing totally. So
particularly this part.
Yeah,
this?
West of your hand, where you
toward this
yeah.
side? Because there is no gazage.
Okay,
there is no gazage.
So how come this decollement, I mean, where it originated actually? I mean, I don't see the origin of this decollement. It is just a decollement, a line tipping along a fault in the west, and then nothing. I mean, it should be logically interlinked with the older strata below Ghazij, if you look at that. Plus, there is a lot of displacement is supposed to happen along this decollement, and I don't see any, match. There is a total mismatch between the upper structuration and the lower structuration. Thank you.
So in this particular sense, when we have seen we have used break thrust and folding in the structures below this decollement, and those are might be in the earlier stages. There could be a normal faulting over there. Those have been overcome by the folding and then break thrust. So if we have when we have restored that particular part, the upper and the lower, the earlier sections we have seen, in those one, the people do the same thing, like the similar kind of restoration in the below decollement and above decollement. They just restore and try to match those things. But what is our point over here? This fault is the boundary thrust, and beyond toward the west of this one, how much how much movement has occurred along this fault, that is not sure. That is why I said there is some over-interpretation from our side, particularly in this area. The rest of is the fold we have constructed based on the surface, and the fold, the break thrust, hemming fold, larger fold beneath this decollement we have proposed. So those are based on the seismic data. So we have observed the highs and lows on over there, and then we have mapped those one or construct over there. So if we see any kind of mismatch above and below the decollement, that could be due to this fault. This fault is not like it is now over here. It should have been more complex, because there was an issue when we were constructing this section. That's how this gazage is, we have to limit here. So there is a exposure over there older than the gazage. So we don't know exactly the above this particular structure how much thick gazage previously was there. So all this data is eroded.
So it's a
to actually define this decollement within the Ghazij. And as far as this interpretation is concerned, I agree with this interpretation. But as the Dr. Saab is saying, that as we are moving further west, there is something different. So the additional data, additional cross-sections in this area, maybe next year will further add value to this.
For that, you can see some few lines we have given below. So that particular seismic line shows some sequence of deformation. So you can see some pinching out strata over there. So those are the evidence.
Thank you. A very good explanation.
And also, what is happening that towards the west, we are towards the end of the Gazij basin, where deposition actually started to happen. And what the point we showed the previous cross section, that this is the seismic line. And beyond this, like when you are looking at the where Gazij is terminating, it's basically extrapolated from the surface geology. It's not based on the seismic data. This is the seismic, and this is the seismic. You can see that the Gazij thickness is decreasing, that we are towards the margin of Gazij basin, but where it's the older rocks are exposed at this area, it's not based on seismic, it's based on the surface geology. So it may not be perfect as per the previous cross section, which are solely made from the surface geology.
I think structural geology, as complex as we have in Pakistan, will take the whole day. So, but I think it's a very good attempt, and there is always room for improvement as well. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Second paper is from Mr. Shadab Ali Quraishi, titled Enhance Imaging of Complex Fault Structure to Reduce the Uncertainty in Fault Interpretation. So a brief about Shadab is received his BS in Geophysics in 2012 from Bahrain University, Islamabad, MS in Geophysics from the Bahrain University, Karachi. He has 10 years of professional experience in the E&P sector, joined United Energy Pakistan as a graduate trainee geophysicist in 2013, and currently working as a reservoir geophysicist in subsurface team. His key areas of interest are seismic interpretation, velocity modeling, prospect generation, and validation through seismic attributes analysis and integrated reservoir characterization. Over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I am Shadab Ali, and the topic of my presentation is enhanced imaging of complex fault structures to reduce the uncertainty of fault interpretation. In this, we will discuss the examples from lower Indus Basin of two fields where we have used a relatively new technology of fault likelihood to interpret subtle faults which were forming compartmentalization within the field. So in order to drain the separate compartments, these small faults are very crucial. The co-authors for this paper are Numan Ali and Tajammul Khan and Kashif Khan. Kashif Khan is associated with Halliburton, whereas Numan and Tajammul is associated with UEP. Okay, so the table of content of my presentation is, first of all, we will talk about the study area, the tectonics of the study area and the stratigraphy of the lower Indus Basin. And then we will move towards the fault likelihood attribute. We will probably discuss small theory and algorithm of the fault likelihood. And then we will move towards the examples of lower Indus Basin, of two fields from lower Indus Basin, where we will discuss the structural configuration, and we will compare the fault likelihood attribute with other structural attributes, and in the end we will discuss the conclusion of this presentation. So the study area is located in the northeast part of the Pakistan, in the lower Indus Basin. The structural style and the tectonics even that are governing the structural style and the sedimentology of the lower Indus Basin are basically the rifting of Madagascar and Indian plate, which started in from Jurassic to Cretaceous. This caused a rift system in this area where the general common structural style is Horst and Graben, and there are some sinistral strike slip faults present in this area as well. So this is a simplified cross-section of lower Indus Basin, where it is showing the tilting and the rising of basement towards the east, and the thinning of the sedimentary structures, and the frequency of the fault in the east is very low. Whereas in the steady area, which is located in the west of this, is where the sedimentary package is also thick, and also the frequency of the fault is relatively higher. So this is another example of the lower Indus Basin cross-section, which is showing the similar thing with source, reservoir, and seal mentioned. So the overall stratigraphy of lower Indus Basin is fairly understood, that mainly the source rock of this area is Sambar Formation, whereas the reservoir in this region are Lower Guru Formation, and mainly the seal or the cap rock is the Upper Guru Formation. So moving towards the fault likelihood, we all know that delineation of complex faults to identify undrained compartment in an area which is covered with 3D seismic but having low signal to noise ratio is a challenging task, especially when we are working on traditional methods of picking faults. Even the traditional attributes like curvature, coherency, and discontinuity, these all are two-dimensional attributes, but they do not provide much help in an area where the seismic signal to noise ratio of the seismic is low, and in an area where there are steep dips present. So the main objective of this study was to identify small-scale faults or splay faults which have critical role to generate undrained compartment, so that we can better exploit the reservoir potential of the field. So moving towards the theory of the fault likelihood, actually the fault likelihood attribute is based on structure-oriented semblance and is capable of detecting faults with throws that are less than seismic tuning thickness. Because it detects faults as a change of reflector coherence as rather than a typical identification of discontinuity or offset of set of reflectors. So this is an example of how fault likelihood actually detect a fault. So for example, this is a blue line is a fault present in the subsurface where we want to calculate the fault likelihood at this black dot. So the semblance will be calculated at elongated discrete set of dips, and where the semblance is minimum and the fault likelihood is maximum, this location is saved. So we can also define fault likelihood as an inverse of semblance, where the semblance is minimum, fault likelihood is maximum. So fault likelihood is actually the likelihood of presence of any fault in an area. So this is the these are the steps which are involved in fault likelihood algorithm. Whenever we generate a fault likelihood attribute, in the back end it generates all these 7 volumes, so that and give us the final thinning volume and the tracking volume. So I'll go through briefly through all of these algorithm working. So first of all, whenever we generate fault likelihood, it generates live volume. So in live volume, it remove all the blank or null spaces from the input seismic data, and so like it generate a volume that is like fault free. Then smoothing filter volume is generated, where it helps the computation of semblance to keep stable. And we generally use longer smoothing lengths for structural features like the faults, and use shorter smoothing lengths for stratigraphic features like channels. Secondly is this slope volume. This volume is basically generated so that we can remove the effect of the dip from the data. So it aligns the traces so that any coherent events are horizontal, and it generates 2 volumes, both for inline and cross lines. After these steps, semblance is then computed at very small number of adjacent seismic volumes, seismic traces. And lastly, the fifth, this is the main step of the fault likelihood, which we have also discussed in the previous slide, that it determines the location as well as the orientation of the fault. And it is the most computation, it takes most of the computation time, and output volume from these scanning volumes are fault dip, fault strike, as well as the likelihood volume. So likelihood volume is actually what we are actually looking for, but there are two additional volumes in this algorithm, which are thinning volumes and the tracking volumes. Thinning volume is just the scanning volume, but these are the ridges and a clean version of the scanning volume, so that we can see a more sharper fault in the seismic data, in the fault likelihood attribute as compared to other structural attributes we have. Tracking volume is the final volume, which is the scaled volume at certain combination of dips and strikes. One additional application of fault likelihood is and of tracking volume is that it can be used for automated fault interpretation, but this was not the scope of the study, so that I will move towards the main objective of this study. So this is an example from lower Indus Basin field A, which was discovered by the drilling of Alpha 1 well. This well has encountered around 163 feet of net pay, and the initial production was around 1400 barrel of oil with 0.8 mmcf of gas. This field is located at the downthrown side of the main fault, where the throw of the main fault is around 200 feet, and the dips and the dip of the strata is very high, and in some of the wells the FMI data also indicated around 15 degree of dips. And because this field is present at the downthrown side of the main fault, the intensity of the splay faults near to the main fault are very high, and these are also very crucial, as these are creating separate compartments which are isolated from each other. So identification of these splay faults were very crucial. So in order to drain the full potential of the hydrocarbon from the field, but this was masked by the presence of steep dips in the area. So fault likelihood was generated on this area, and which helped us in highlighting the splay faults that were sharp, and the effect of the dips were eliminated. I will show, so this is the depth structure map of the field A. So we can see there are several splay faults which are both antithetic and synthetic in nature present with the main fault. And now I will show you the, sorry, I will present, this is the cross section of area where field A is present. So the overall structural style, we can see that the overall structural style is horse and graben structure, and our field A is present at the graben side of this main fault. So this image is again a zoom version of this area. We can see approximately 3 splay faults associated with this main fault, and the dip of, and there is a very steep dip present at the reservoir level. So next is the comparison of fault likelihood with other structural attribute. This image is the time slice at the reservoir level, and likelihood is shown on this image, whereas on the next image discontinuity attribute is shown on the time slice. Now here we can see the on the discontinuity attribute, because of the high dips in the area, the splay fault identification is masked by the in the form of a zone, and we cannot see any sharp boundary of any splay faults. But on the fault likelihood attribute, we can see very sharp boundaries of splay faults, which helps us to easily pick the faults and also highlight the undrained compartment in the field. On the right, the similar example is shown with seismic section overlain by fault likelihood and seismic section overlain by discontinuity attribute. Here we can also see the darker region, which is showing in the form of a zone where the splay fault is present, and this darker region is basically because of the steep dips present in this data. However, on the fault likelihood attribute, we can see a sharp boundary of splay fault, and we can easily mark the splay fault based on the fault likelihood. So the results and outcome from field A is that fault likelihood helps in identification of faults which are present in the downthrown part of the main fault, and these were actually masked by the strong dips in other attributes, other normal structural attributes which are discontinuity or semblance, and because it measure in the in structure oriented semblance, so the effect of the dip was removed, and it helped us to identify compartments which are separated from each another. So the mapping and the extension of these splay faults help to identify undrained compartment, so to improve the recoveries of field A, and this will also help to avoid drilling surprises in the future development wells of field A. Next is the, so this is the likelihood attribute at the time slice overlain with the fault polygon of the field, reservoir field. Okay, here we can see that the fault interpreted fault polygons are tying with the discontinuity shown on the fault likelihood attribute, which are very sharp as compared to other attributes. Next is another example from field B. Field B was discovered by drilling of B1 well in Lower Guru formation. The well produced at an initial rate of around 9.5 mmcf with 928 barrel of condensate. This is also a downthrown field where multiple splay faults were encountered in the well, but these were not visible on the seismic section because the seismic was fairly continuous in this area. So in order to exploit the potential of in this field, a B2 well was planned, which was planned to be drilled an updip location from B2 well, B1 well. B1 well was actually producing water, but the B2 well came deeper than the prognosis. But however, open hole logs suggested 90 feet of pay in B2 well, and dynamic data also suggested that B2 well is situated in a separate compartment. But this line is showing a seismic line, a cross line passing from B1 to B2, and here we can see that there is no indication of fault rather than a sharp change in the dip. This is the fault likelihood attribute which was extracted in the field B, and here we can see northeast southwest oriented splay fault which was not visible on the discontinuity attribute. So these certain fault with having throw of around 20 feet was picked on the base on fault likelihood attribute, and there was no indication of this splay fault on the discontinuity. Coming towards the result and outcome, so the drilling results of B2 suggested that there are splay faults present in the area which are creating compartment even when the throw of the fault is very less and they are juxtaposing sand against sand. So actually these splay faults are sealing in nature and they are below seismic resolution, or so, but we were able to pick them based on the likelihood attribute. Likelihood attribute also helped in identification of these splay faults even when the seismic reflectors were fairly consistent and continuous. These faults were not visible on other attributes like discontinuity, curvature or semblance, and mapping and extension of these splay faults would help in future to drain from compartments which are isolated from the existing ones. So here we will also, there is another comparison of discontinuity attribute with the fault likelihood attribute. The fault polygon is overlain with the on this image on this time slice. Here we can see there is no indication of splay fault on the discontinuity volume, and we can also see the fault likelihood shows a very sharp boundary of the fault cut as compared to the discontinuity, which is showing a broad band of the fault zone. So this is the depth structure map of the field. On the right, this is the pre-structure model, and whereas on the left, this is the post-structure, post B2 well model. Here we, based on the well data information and integrating with the dynamic data, we have picked this play fault, which is separating B1 from B2. So in the end, the application of fault likelihood technology in the lower Indus Basin has produced results that change the perspective of fault resolution in 3D. Fault likelihood allowed us to map splay faults in an area where the steep dips is the problem, and these and normal structural attributes were not helping in that area. Also, fault likelihood also helped to pick small faults which were not visible on other structural attributes. The main drawback of other approaches is that they measure semblance or disorder over a region that is unrelated to the orientation of the fault, whereas fault likelihood measured not only the location but also the dip and the azimuth of the fault. The only drawback of the fault likelihood is that because it operates on structural oriented semblance, so it is very computationally time taking, and so it takes a lot of time to generate fault likelihood over a region in 3D seismic. Lastly, these mapping of the location and the geometry of these splay faults not only help us to improve the recovery of the field, but also safe and safe drilling for future wells in any field. Thank you. In the last, I would like to thank management of UEP for giving the permission to use the data and present this paper. And I will also like to thank my colleagues. So, thank you.
Thank you, Shadab, for your paper. Now the floor is open for the question and answer. We'll take only 3 questions maximum.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. This is Etisham Faisal from United Energy. First of all, this was a commendable presentation. My appreciation to Shadab. I just want to understand one thing. Basically, you have mentioned that these are the high angle faults, and probability of the upthrown side where we have signal to noise ratio have more impact over there rather to the downthrown side. And because of number of faults which you have highlighted, it somehow deformed the strata. So based on the this fault likelihood attribute, it helps you to identify actually the compartmentalized zones. So what is your understanding on the upthrown side? I mean, this data is more useful on the upthrown side, or relatively downthrown has a more better results?
So actually, as we have discussed that both of the fields were downthrown fields, and on the upthrown side, the intensity of faulting is not as great as we have seen in the downthrown part. But obviously, the signal to noise ratio in the upthrown part is much better than in the downthrown part, and these will fault likelihood attribute produce more better results in the upthrown as compared to where signal to noise ratio is less.
Okay, there's no question, then.
It's Parvez Bhatt with Virtual Petrophysics. Before drilling B2 well, have you considered doing a VSP survey to be sure about these faults below the seismic resolution?
No, actually, based on the seismic data, B2 was planned to be drilled up dip to B1 well. But because of error in depth prognosis or velocity anomaly, B2 well came down dip to B1, and at that point B1 was producing water. So like we actually thought we are going for the attic, but we came actually down dip. But the open hole results shows that B2 well encountered 90 feet of pay, and the dynamic data also suggested a separate fault block as compared to B1.
I understood that you drilled the B2 well based on your likelihood of faults.
No. So actually, after the drilling results of B2, because it was a down dip well to B1 and it encountered 90 feet of pay. So in order to resolve this issue, we actually generated fault likelihood attribute so that we can have a look for any barrier or any fault between B1 and B2.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. In the B2 well, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Shadab. Now the third paper is going to be by Mr. Javed Iqbal. The paper title is Impact of the Low Frequency in Imaging Deeper Targets in Haran Basin. Brief about Mr. Javed. Javed is currently working with the PPL as a senior geophysicist. He completed his master's degree in geophysics from the Qasim University, Islamabad, joined PPL in 2011. Later on, he was awarded a foreign scholarship, completed a master's degree in geoscience from the University of Stavanger, Norway. He previously worked on the petroleum prospectivity of the basin, Badin area of the lower Indus Basin. He is currently working on the petroleum prospectivity of exploration frontier areas, including Haran, Four Arc Basin, Makran Basin, Suleiman Fold, and Thrust Belt. His area of expertise is seismic interpretation, mapping, seismic imaging, seismic facies analysis, and seismic reservoir characterization. Over to you, Javed.
Thank you, sir. So, respected chairman, dear colleagues, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Impact of low frequency in imaging the deeper targets in the Haran Basin. So, this is not a new technique, and it has been around in the industry for at least for last 2 decades with different names like broadband seismic, high resolution seismic surveys, and the latest one is the low frequency seismic survey, which we have done in Haran Basin. So the co-authors for this presentation, for this paper or presentation are Mr. Atif Mir, Mr. Waqar Ahmed, and Umar Farooq. So coming to the agenda of this presentation, we will start with the introduction of this presentation, and then we will go to the objective. What are the objectives of this presentation? Then we will talk about the low frequency surveying, some basic things about this low frequency surveying. And then we will discuss the role of low frequency in imaging the deeper targets, which will be followed by the improvements we get from the low frequency surveys. And then we will present some one analog from South Oman. And then we will discuss some offset, seismic offset considerations in addition to the low frequency use of low frequency. Then we will move to the precautions of using low frequency surveys, and then we will conclude the meeting with the conclusions. So the study area is located over here, which is marked with the blue rectangle. So it is bounded by Rasko Range to the north and Sihan Range to the south over here. And it is bounded by Chaman Fault to the east, and it extends into Iran in the west. So more than 400 line kilometers of 2D seismic data has been acquired in this basin, including this campaign. And finally, we have got something at the target level. We have got some resolution of seismic reflections at this level, which we will be discussing in the coming slides. So on the right side, we have this stratigraphic chart for the Haran Four Arc Basin. And for the Paleogene section, which is the prospective stratigraphic section in the Kharan Forak Basin, it is composed of at least 4 unconformities in this area, which the U1 is the oldest one, and the U4, unconformity 4 is the youngest one. So the problematic area in this basin is between this U1 and U2. I don't know why this pointer is not working over here. So package 5 and package 6, which is falling between unconformity 1 and unconformity 2. So on the seismic section, you can see that the blue one is the top package 6, and the green one is the top package 5. And in between, you cannot see anything on the seismic section. So this is a line from a previous seismic campaign. So this was the main problem that we went for the low frequency seismic survey. And we got some encouraging results, which we will present in the coming slides. So before embarking on the results and analysis of the data, so this is something about the low frequency surveying, and we can see that on the top we have a cartoon over there for the frequency spectrum. So this frequency ranges from 10 Hertz to 80 Hertz, and it basically shows that what is the octave. So octave is simply the doubling of the frequency. So if we have from 10 to 80 Hertz, it will composed of 3 octaves of seismic data. So on the low frequency end of the seismic frequency spectrum, we have some issues of recording too much noise, which we have to manage when we are planning for the low frequency seismic surveys. But on the other hand, on the high end of the frequency spectrum, we have a lot of attenuation of seismic frequencies, and we cannot go to the deeper part for imaging. So that is why we have to extend over low frequency over frequency spectrum to the lower side of the bandwidth. So in the bottom we have modeled some wavelets using different octaves of seismic data. So if we see this cyan color, which is 1 octave data from 8 to 16 Hertz, green color wavelet is for 8 to 32. This is 2 octave wavelet, and this red color is for the 3 octaves, and the blue is for the 4 to 80 Hertz seismic data, which is more than 4 octaves. So by adding the low frequencies, we have got results, and we have improved the resolution, which is coming in the upcoming slides. So this is the comparison of frequency spectrum of 2 vintages 2012, which we acquired in 2012, and the red curve is for the 2022 vintage. So we can see that we have pushed the frequency spectrum to the lower end of the frequency. In this survey, in the recent survey, we used low frequency equipment like low frequency vibrators, which were able to generate a frequency spectrum of 1 to 250 Hertz, and geophones, which can record down to 22.5 Hertz of low frequency. And then by recording this 4 Hertz of frequency, we have added 1 full octave of the frequency in the frequency spectrum. And by that, we have got some deeper penetration for in the seismic data, and we have resolved the reflections over there. So coming to the more comparison for the seismic wavelets, so we have the this green wavelet is for the 2022 vintage, and red wavelet is for red wavelet is for the 2012 vintage. And in these wavelets, we can see that because we are using 4 to 80 Hertz of frequencies for the recent survey, we have got the wavelet a little bit sharper than the previous one, and plus we have reduced the side lobes for this recent data. So these two effects are very important for the resolution of the seismic data, and better reflector continuity in the seismic sections. So in the bottom, we have examples from the recent 2D seismic data. On the right side, we have a seismic section for the 2022 vintage, and on the left side, we have a section from the 2012. So there is an overall improvement. The section is more crispier for the recent seismic survey. And for the comparison, I have highlighted the area which is the most relevant with the red rectangle, and you can see that the reflections are more continuous, more coherent in the recent seismic data. So coming to some more analysis of seismic data. So we have these unflattened CMP gathers from comparison of the unflattened CMP gathers from 2012 and 2022 vintages. So on the right side, on the top upper side, right side, we have CMP gather unflattened from 2022 vintage. And on the left side, we have the same gather from the 2012 vintage. And you can see that around 4 seconds, we have bright amplitudes of the reflections at that location, so which is not visible in the previous vintage. Similarly, for the semblance plots, we can see the same situation on the semblance plots. On the right side, on the lower right side, we have semblance plots for the 2022 vintage, and on the left we have 2012 vintage, and we can see that the semblance is very bright for the around 4 seconds, which is the target area in this basin, and the same is not that in comparison is not that bright as is the lower frequency in the semblance plot. So moving next. So this is some more analysis of the seismic data for the low frequency and vintage seismic data on the right side. This is a composite line for the two seismic lines, one from the 2022 vintage and the other from the previous vintages. So you can see that around the target area, we have better reflection at the target levels, like for the package 6, which if I can point out with this pointer over here. So that is more coherent, and reflector continuity is better on that side. But on the other hand, when we come to the left side, which is a vintage seismic, the continuity and coherency of the reflector is not that good, and we cannot. There will be difficulty in interpretation for sure if we interpret the left side seismic section. So in addition, we have also resolved some additional packages inside package 5, which I have highlighted with this pink arrows over here. So these are the additional packages which were not resolved in the previous seismic campaigns. So all of this shows how important is the low frequency content of the seismic data. So that can give us that can help us in interpreting the key horizons and mapping all those things. So now coming to the examples from the Haran Basin where we applied this technique. So on the right side, this is a recent seismic section from the recent seismic campaign, and on the left side we have from the previous seismic campaign, and we can see that we can trace this package, top package 6, with confidence. However, on the other side, when we come to the previous vintages, this top of the package 6 is not that easy to interpret, and we have to go for the if and buts. And similarly, you can see that on the previous vintages we have very little reflections over here, and there is no pattern in these reflections over here, and they don't make any geological sense actually. But on the other hand, when we come to the recent seismic data, which is the low frequency seismic data, we get some reflections, and we get some patterns and we can follow them, and they make much more geological sense. So that is one of the advantages we got from low frequency surveying. So this is one example from South Oman. So this data was recorded using frequency bandwidth of 1.5 to 86 hertz. and you can see that I have marked some significant improvements on the left side. This is the low frequency stack, and this is the legacy stack from the conventional seismic. So I have marked this prominent reflection over here. But overall, you can see that there is an improvement in the seismic data from top to bottom for the low frequency seismic. So because in this campaign we had a far offset of 8 kilometers, so that to eliminate that impact, we have processed this recent seismic data with the offset of 6 kilometers and compared it with the 8 kilometer offset original data, and we can see that there are in the 6 kilometer offset section we still see the pattern in the seismic reflections, and continuity and coherency is better. It means that the offset, the far offset, has an impact because we have introduced some random noise in this section with 6 kilometer offset, but still we are getting some improvements with the using of low frequency in this survey. So we have to be vigilant about using the low frequency surveying. We should do rigorous testing before embarking on the how far you should go to the lower end of the frequency, because the low frequency noise can be very so low frequency can harm your shallower section of the seismic data. So on the top you have this legacy stack, and we can see that in the shallower sections we have the coherency and the reflector continuity is better. But in the shallower section, in the low frequency data, we can see that these patchy random noises and at this location and these locations. So which are the drawbacks of the low frequency at the shallower sections? So if your target is very shallow, so then you should do a proper. In the Kharan Basin, we had deeper targets below 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds. So we did not have that problem. So we went for 4 to 80 hertz of frequency spectrum. Moving next, conclusions. The resolution of seismic data is very important for better continuity and coherency of seismic events. So we all know that it is helpful in interpretation of key horizons, generating maps, and ultimately maturing the drillable prospects. So by adding the low frequency to the spectrum, we get better, deeper penetration of better energy, and we get improved seismic resolution. So we have applied this technique in Kharan 4-arc basin to image package 5 and 6, and we have got some successes in that. So this technique is recommended to be utilized in the similar basins and settings, but after a proper testing. So for the future work, we are planning to use this low frequency seismic data for depth imaging using full waveform inversion. So we would like to acknowledge the support of PPL management and for allowing to present this work at this forum. If you have any questions, the forum is available.
Thank you, Javed.
Javed, 1 minute, please. It was a very good presentation. I was, a little confused, Javed. Sorry. I just want to understand, this topic of discussion, do we address at the time of acquiring new seismic data? We need to place low frequency geophones over there with the control low frequency vibrator we can use to acquire the data?
Yes. Actually, first you have to mark that what is your target. That in the Kharan Basin, in this case, we had a package that we were not able to resolve. So we marked that, and then we planned for the low frequency that maybe this technique can help us. So we went for the low frequency vibrators and geophones and recorded that data with low frequency. So that yes, you have to deploy geophones and.
So actually, I was, just curious to understand. I mean, the way you have explained, yes, it is making a sense. Now the point of concern is, the geometrical spreading in absorption coefficient effect. What we understood once we blast the source, the frequency which is moving away from the source, going deeper section, for the deeper dive in the strata, it is decaying.
Yep.
From away from the source. So do we think once on a particular reservoir target of interest which we are going to map it, for some reason over there you could have a low frequency relatively with a shallow section, you could have a higher frequency. So if let's say like you show us your amplitude spectra, that's very clear that there is a ringy phenomena which is indicating a very high frequency noise is there on the amplitude spectra. Yes, this one. There is a very high frequency, ringy noise is there. And this even makes sense to us, especially in an area of fold and thrust belt regime. You have a very high frequency noise contamination in the data because of the complex geology of over there. Now, this can be figured out, like you have mentioned, maybe with this technology, or we can figure out this thing. Kind of a post-processing, effect. If you can just take amplitude spectra, you can identify from where this ringy phenomena is coming out. If you can clip that, you could have a low frequency within the existing seismic data.
Yep.
So again, it has a similar, kind of a statistics. I was a bit confused if, let's say, that's fine with the new technology of implementing with a control source. With the low frequency, we can inject inside the subsurface along with the low frequency geophone technology. But with the existing available seismic data, we could have again, a lot of problems over there. So do you think that maybe by applying certain cutoffs, preserving relatively low frequency in the amplitude spectra will also help you at the time of interpreting the data?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the first thing is, if you are deploying, let's say 10 hertz geophone, you are not recording low frequency data over there. So first you need to record that, then you can process that. So otherwise, there are some processing techniques which you can apply for enhancing the bandwidth, but that will not go up to that lower level, like 4 hertz, 2 hertz, like that.
Yeah. Actually, the attenuation is frequency dependent. The lower the frequency, the lower the attenuation. Higher frequencies are affected more by the attenuation. But the thing is, the vibrators create distortion at the low frequencies. So that's why, as the manufacturer claimed 1 to 250 hertz, but we chose the 4 hertz because we were mindful of the source generated noise. And when we had analyzed this noise, this was mainly from the near offsets. So if you just skip near offset, this noise will be totally gone. So overall, addition of low frequencies has much more benefit on the data quality. Like you mentioned that we have not conventional data. So whatever, like we have natural frequency of 10 hertz. So that geophone also records the lower frequency, but in a tapered. So we can use in the processing the low frequency compensation for that. But that's in the case when which is the vintage acquisition, and we don't have the luxury to acquire in anymore. But in the future, if you're planning at a survey, and because these vibrators are readily available, so we recommend that one should go for the low frequency, because this all over the world, this is standard nowadays. So it's not some kind of very high-tech technology these days.
Yeah, I think you're right. But I mean, this is very unfortunate, especially in complex tectonic regime, in compressional tectonics. What is actually it is happening with the seismic data is the noise contamination, for some reason, it is masking the signals, like you shown in your section also. So you are not able to interpret particular reflector which we think it has a good quality signal over there. It is somehow masked by the noise contamination. Now with this technology, maybe it will help us to identify that things more clean, noise free, and maybe there is a greater possibility to enhance that particular reflectors. I just want to understand, do you also calculate certain amount of proportion like you mentioned, once you will inject source with a low control, low frequency, source, how much proportion of the low frequency it will decay till it will reach to the particular zone of interest which you want to,
So what happens, the lowest frequency will decay the least. So what happens, your higher frequency is absorbed at the surface, and the lower the frequency, it has more penetration. So this is the main concept, that by addition the lowermost frequencies in the spectra, you have the maximum penetration available in the area. So like the 4 Hz, it will have minimum attenuation as compared to all of the frequency in the spectra. As you mentioned, this is also compression regime in the deeper part. But I think you are mentioning that we have on the surface fold belt area. For that, because this is in the Haran Basin area, on the surface we have dunes, so we can use vibrators, but in the mountainous area, most likely we use the dynamite technology. So some of this noise is coming from the vibrator source, but with dynamite, we have other type of noise that, like the ground roll and all the complexity associated with the fold belt on the surface. So for that, what we can do, we can use the low frequency geophones, but the dynamite source will be same. And with the introduction of low frequency, the processing also needs to be upgraded. Like the algorithms which are used for the conventional processing, they won't be applicable. You have to use the processes which are advanced and which tackle this noise in the data.
Hello, Javed.
Yes.
Thank you for such a nice presentation. Shafqat Ayaz.
Thank you.
I think all the questions have been addressed by this gentleman. Thank you. My only one question is, did you test any other parameter except this low frequency, like wide azimuth, maximum 4 offset, or maximum number of channels to require good quality data?
Yeah, that's what I told earlier, that in the previous campaigns, we acquired seismic data with 6 kilometers of offset. Then we did another campaign with 8 kilometers of offset. And in this campaign, we used 8 kilometers offset, apart from the low frequency So, and at the end of the presentation, we have presented the comparison for the different offsets. So if you see here, so on the right side we have seismic section with 6 kilometer offsets, to the same section, and on the left side we have the same section with 8 kilometer offset. And in the 6 kilometer we can still see these reflections inside package 5. So our point is that yes, far offset is important, that can add value to the seismic section, but the low frequency which can give us a better resolution at the deeper targets. I hope you answer your question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. एक चीज़ जो है, अगर हम यहाँ पे नोट करें कि लोअर इंडस बेसिन से लेके हम कलात प्लेटो और फिर हम खरान बेसिन, मतलब हम यहाँ पे जो हमारे जीएनजी के जो यंग के अंदर जो है जो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज़ हैं उनको रिजॉल्व करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है हमारी ईएनपी सेक्टर के लिए, जहाँ पे हम ना सिर्फ जो हमारी ब्राउन फील्ड्स हैं वहाँ पे भी हम टेक्नोलॉजी जो है एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी हम यूटिलाइज़ कर रहे हैं. हम फ्रंटियर एरियाज़ में भी जो है जो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज़ हैं उनको भी हम रिजॉल्व करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक अ बिग हैंड टू आवर यंग प्रोफेशनल्स. कीप इट अप and we'll find more oil and gas for our country. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
This marks the end of this session, and I would now like both chairpersons to please stand up for the prize distribution ceremony. I would like to invite the first group led by Mr. Waqar Ahmed, along with Mr. Mudassir Zubair Khan, Mr. Waleed Jahangiri, Mr. Umar Farooq, and Mr. Ghulam Murtaza to please receive their shields on the stage. Mr. Waqar Ahmed. Mr. Mudassir Zubair Khan. Mr. Waleed Jahangiri. Mr. Omar Farooq. And Mr. Ghulam Murtaza. I would like to invite Mr. Shadab Ali Qureshi along with his team, which includes Tajammal Khan, Muhammad Kashif Khan, and Numan Ali. Mr. Shadab Ali, can you please come on the stage to receive your shield? Mr. Shadab, Mr. Tajammal, Muhammad Kashif, Numan Ali, is there anyone here? Anyone from UEPL who can collect the shield from their behalf? Okay, we are moving toward the next group. Mr. Javed Iqbal, Mr. Umar Farooq, Mr. Waqar Ahmed, and Mr. Atif Mir. So, Mr. Javed Iqbal. Mr. Umar Farooq. Mr. Waqar Ahmed. And Mr. Atif Mir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Ma Siddiqui to please come on the stage and give the shield of appreciation to our distinguished guest, Mr. Arshad Palekar. I would like to invite Mr. Tariq Hassani to please come on the stage. Arshad Saab, sir, 2 minutes stage पे रहना for the photograph. Tariq Hassani Saab, sir, can you please kindly present the shield to Mr. Irfan Hamid? Ma Saab, please आप भी आ जाएं for a group photograph, please. Thank you, distinguished chairperson. Thank you, sir. It was an honor to have you here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Masa. So we'll be starting the third session. But before starting the third session, I have an announcement to make. All the GNG reviewers and all the PAPG as XCOM and their subcommittees are requested to please attend the gala dinner tonight, as you will be receiving your shields over there before the musical program after the dinner. So it is requested to please come to the dinner after this program. All the reviewers. This is for all the GNG reviewers especially. Thank you. So moving toward the third session, I would like to invite our distinguished chairperson, Ms. Dr. Khalid Amin Khan, to please come on the stage. Thank you, sir. And I would like to invite Dr. Sajjad Ahmed to please come on the stage. So before proceeding ahead, I will be giving a brief introduction about both our esteemed chairpersons. As we know that Dr. Khalid Amin Khan is currently working as GM, Geological Services. Previously, he has worked in Seismic Data Processing Center as well as Prospect Generation Department of OGDCL. He is an active member of Society of Geophysics, American Geophysical Society Union, and Fellow of Royal Astronomical Society, And we all are well aware about the contribution which he has done amongst the software development, indigenous software development of Pakistan. So I need a round of applause for him. Dr. Sajjad Ahmed, who is a recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award in our last ATC, he currently holds the position of Director General, GSP. In this role, he provides executive leadership, strategic direction, and overall management of the organization. He has worked as a member of the Board of Directors of Government Holding Private Limited and Sendak Metal Limited. Prior to joining GSP, he has served for about 28 years as a professor and chairman of the Department of Geology, University of Peshawar. In addition to his management and operational role, he has successfully researched and published more than 40 research papers in national and international journals, 2 book chapters, and 25 professional reports addressing the geological problem and hydrocarbon potential of Pakistan. Dr. Sajjad and Dr. Khalid, it's a pleasure and an honor of having you both here as our chairperson. And we, on the behalf of PAPG, thank you very much, sir. So before I call in the next person, again, I would like to request all the presenters to stick to your 20-minute schedule. Otherwise, the bell would ring, because we have a very limited time slot, and you can see that things are proceeding on ahead. So for a seamless session, we need at least 20 minutes per session. Khalid sir?
I would like to invite the presenter, Mr. Ali Iqtidar, to deliver his talk on the Third Block 2 lignite resource estimation using 3D block modeling and graded seam modeling techniques. Mr. Ali Iqtidar is currently working with Sindh Angro Coal Mining Company as Manager of Geology and Hydrogeology. Ali Iqtidar completed his master's degree in geology from University of Karachi. He is associated with SECMC since 2016 and played a vital role in development of Pakistan's first open pit coal mine. Ali has published multiple research papers and articles in national and international journals and magazines. He was involved in GORC certification of Third Block 2, resource modeling and its upgradation, ground water modeling, geotechnical modeling, and slope stability studies of first ever open pit coal mine of Pakistan. In addition, he has completed certification of GORC code reporting AUSIMM. So, Mr. Ali Iqtidar, please.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. So we have talked a lot about petroleum since this morning, and we will be talking more and more in the next one day. But let's talk a bit about Thar coal. So my topic for the presentation is Thar coal lignite resource estimation using 3D block modeling and gridded seam modeling techniques. So these are two different modeling techniques, and we will compare these techniques and the results and outcomes based on it. So this is the table of content. First, I'll give a brief overview of the Thar coal. Then we will discuss about the study area, our exploration and drill hole database, the results, the modeling techniques, and then the outcomes and conclusion. The picture in the background is our Thar coal mine. This is the first and the largest Thar coal open pit mine of Pakistan, which is producing currently 7.6 million tons per annum of coal, and is based on that coal, we are producing around 1300 megawatt of power annually. So this is the lignite deposit. It is the 6th largest lignite deposit of the world also. So we have different coal deposits all over Pakistan. We all know about Lakhla coal deposit. We have some in Badin, in the northern part as well, in Salt Range, in Charat, but we have the most dominant Thar coal deposit in Pakistan, which contributes to around 94% of the overall coal reserves of Pakistan. So we have around 186 billion tons of Pakistan coal available, and out of that 186 billion, we have 175 billion tons in Thar. So this is the overview of our study area. The Thar coal is located at the southeast part of the Pakistan. In the Thar region, we have around 14 Thar coal blocks, and out of those 14 Thar coal blocks, 2 of them are in operation. We as Angro are working in Thar coal block 2 in this black borderline, and we have been operating since 2015. Another block which is in operation is block 1, which is being basically operated by a Chinese company. So out of those 14 blocks, 2 of the Thar coal blocks are in operation and producing coal to power the grid. This is our project expansion plan. We have 4 different phases of our project. The first phase was started back in 2016, targeted to produce 3.8 million tons of annum coal production. And we achieved our COD commercial operations date in July 2019, and since then we are producing 3.8 million tons per annum of coal. In parallel, we started our phase 2 of mine expansion in 2020, and we achieved our COD for phase 2 in 2022. This phase involves the coal production of around 7.6 million tons per annum, and this is our current phase of production. We are also expanding the mine to phase 3, which is 11.4 million tons per annum, and we are planning that we hope to achieve the commercial operations date for phase 3 by Q1 2024. We are also working on the feasibility of phase 4, which will provide coal to cement industry, and also we will work on the conversion of coal to gas. This is just a brief stratigraphy of the Thar coal. Starting from the bottom, we have granite deposit, Nagapaka granite. This is the oldest rocks we have on earth. Then after granite, we have an aquifer body of around 30 to 40 meters thickness. Then we have the coal bearing formation, which we call the Bada formation. Its age is Paleocene to Eocene. Above the coal bearing formation, we have another aquifer layer, which we call as the coal seam roof aquifer. Then we have 2 different formations of waste. One is the subrecent formation, and the topmost formation is the dune sand. The age is recent. In the Bada coal formation, we have different coal seams available. So we have 3 different groups of coal seams. The uppermost, or the first group of the coal seam, has the relatively low grade coal quality, but the middle coal seam has the greatest and the very good coal quality available. The third coal seam and the third coal group, or the bottommost coal group, is within the aquifer zone, so it is non-mineable. This is the map of our block 2, which is our lease area. The red line is our block boundary. In this block boundary, we have around over 200 drill holes available. So based on that drill holes, we extracted samples on we have around more than 2,000 samples available from our block, and we used those samples for the development of resource model. So we also have some input samples available because in the mine the coal benches or the coal walls are exposed, so we can grab samples from the coal walls directly as well. So we have over 1,500 coal samples from the benches available for the model development. So this is the different distribution of units. Like I said that we have 3 different formations. First one is the recent formation. So we have divided this recent formation into 3 different waste units. The second formation is the sub-recent formation. This formation is also divided into several waste units, and the third formation is the coal-bearing formation, and this formation is divided into different coal seams and the interburden units. Interburden is the waste material which is located in between the coal seams. So on the right side of the slide, we have the model quality items. We have around 20 quality parameters included in our model. Starting from moisture, ash, volatile, calorific value, sulfur, fixed carbon, and all the ash composition. So this is the brief process flow of the model development. First of all, again, like in the petroleum industry, we similarly we do the exploration and the drilling to grab samples from the subsurface. Then we run the geophysical logs to confirm our lithology or the lithologs, and then we send the samples for the assay testing. Once we get the geophysical and the assay data, we develop a database, and then the database is used to develop the model. So we then import the database into a 3D software. Then we model. First of all, we have to model the structure. The structure means that the coal seams lateral extent. So once we model the coal seams or the structure of our model, then we move on to model the quality aspects of the deposit, and then based on the structure and the quality data or the model, we do resource estimation and reporting. So this is just a few snapshots of our structural model. Like you see, this is the drill hole, and these are our 3 different coal seams. So we have during structural modeling, it is important that the top and the bottom surfaces of our structure must honor the drill hole. So like you are seeing, like you can see in the picture, that the top and the bottom surfaces are honoring the drill hole database. So this is just a small snapshot of our structural model. So moving to the next. So these are 2 different types of resource modeling techniques. One is the 3D block modeling technique, in which we divide the deposit into blocks. In both the techniques, we will divide the deposit into blocks, but in the 3D block modeling technique, the Z part of the block, the vertical length of the block is it does not depend on the seam thickness. It is basically it divides the block on fixed length basis. So you can see that the blocks are of same sizes. All the blocks are of same size, and they are not depending on the seam behavior or the seam thickness. Whereas the next technique, the graded seam model technique, it honors the same thickness. The blocks honors the same thickness. It depends on the same thickness, and it follows the same trend. So this is the difference between these 2 modeling techniques, and and we have to decide that what type of modeling technique is useful for us. So for a deposit like Thar, we usually prefer to go for graded seam modeling because homogeneity in terms of structure and quality in Thar coal deposit is very uniform. The quality parameters is very uniform, so we usually prefer and usually go for graded seam modeling. So this So these are the results based on both the modeling techniques. If you can see the moisture values between graded seam model and the block model, these are our coal seams. So the average moisture does not vary a lot in both the models. The quality parameters, if we talk about moisture, ash, QNet or sulfur, they are more or less similar, but there are slight variation in terms of tonnages. So the graded seam model, because of the fact that it honors the seam thickness, provides a more realistic tonnages of the deposit. So the conclusion is the graded seam model, since it honors the drill hole and it performs seam constrained compositing, is more preferred modeling technique for Thur coal. For ore deposits, we can select 3D block modeling techniques, which may be helpful, but for Thur coal, we prefer graded seam modeling. This is all from my side. Thank you. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Ali Iqtidar. Audience, please, if there are any questions.
Okay, for the next paper, I would call Ijaz Ali. He graduated in 2014 and earned his MPhil degree in geology from University of Sindh, Jamshoro. He worked with Petro Services Pakistan branch as mud logging engineer from 2014 to 2017. Then he joined College Education Department, Government of Sindh, as lecturer of geology. He joined University of Sindh, Jamshoro in 2022 as field supervisor, and currently is engaged with his PhD research in the field of structural geology of fold thrust belts, with special focus on cross-section balancing and restoration, active deformation, remote sensing, seismic interpretation, and role of structural geology in energy transition, with special attention on the storage of energy in geological structures. The title of his paper is Microfacies of Nari Formation from Hyundai Anticline, Karachi, embayment southern Indus Basin, Pakistan.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. I am Ijaz Ali Halepoto from University of Sindh. With the permission of chair, I am here to present our research paper with the title Microfacies of Nari Formation from Hyundai Anticline, Karachi embayment, southern Indus Basin, Pakistan. And these are the co-authors of this research paper. These are the contents of this presentation. Going to the introduction. Present study area is located in the Karachi embayment, southern Indus Basin, Pakistan. Basically, Indus Basin is located on the northwestern margin of Indian plate, and the western margin of Indus Basin was folded, deformed and folded during the collision of Indian plate with the Eurasian plate. And therefore, regional fold belt chain known as Himalaya, Suleiman and Khirthar fold belt chain was developed. Suleiman fold belt basically is located in the western part of central Indus Basin, and Khirthar fold belt is located in the western part of the southern Indus Basin. So Karachi embayment is the southernmost unit of this regional Himalaya Suleiman Khirthar fold belt chain. The Oligocene strata are widely distributed in the Khirthar fold belt part of the Indus Basin, which are here known as the Nari Formation. Nari Formation is basically primary reservoir target in the offshore Indus Basin as well. And this is the location map of the study area. This line shows the outline of the Karachi embayment, and this is the location of the Hyundai Anticline, and this is the regional structural framework of the southern Khirthar fold belt. So this is the stratigraphic column of the study area. As oldest rocks are the Nagar Park Igneous Complex, and the Paleozoic sequence is not yet drilled or exposed from the southern Indus Basin. And all these other stratigraphy either is encountered in the drill holes or it's exposed on the surface, and the petroleum elements of the study area are also shown over here. And these are the key decollement horizons are present in the Kirthar fold belt particularly. And these are the different tectonic events of the Indian plate from right from the Paleozoic to the recent. So Karachi embayment is basically developed due to the abrupt downwrapping of the outer shelf of Indus Basin during the Mesozoic rifting of Indian plate from the rest of the Gondwana fragments. And Karachi embayment is a unique tectonic element in the tectonic framework of Pakistan because it contains confirmable Cretaceous and Tertiary formation, Cretaceous and Tertiary contact. And it contains thickest Paleocene strata in the Indus Basin, which are encountered in the different wells of Surrey gas field of the OGDCL. And the Karachi embayment also exhibits the last marine sedimentation in the Indus Basin. The marine carbonate deposition at as late as up to the Miocene to early Pliocene are recorded in the Karachi embayment. And mostly Karachi embayment contains exposures of Eocene and younger rocks which are folded in the north-south trending initial and anticlines. This is the geological map of the study area. The axis of the Hundi anticline goes over here, and the studied section or measured section is located exposed along the eastern flank of Hundi anticline. So this is the workflow of present study. We conducted the geological fieldwork to measure the stratigraphic section. We compiled the graphic sedimentary logging by identifying different lithofacies of limestone, sandstone, and shell. We collected different samples of different lithofacies, and we prepared thin sections from well compacted and hard samples. And we analyzed these samples under petrographic microscope. We evaluated their texture, mineral composition, and microfossil assemblages. And during the petrography, we identified different microfacies. We compared these microfacies with the standard microfacies of Wilson and Flugel. And the depositional environment of these microfacies was interpreted on the basis of microfossil assemblages and the textural attributes. And then a sequence of depositional event was compiled. So these are the different field photographs of the studied section. Over here we are measuring the stratigraphic section of the Nari formation by tape and Brinton method. And this is the last arenaceous limestone unit of the studied section. These are also different field photographs of the studied section. This is basically a Hundi anticline, and this is a core of anticline over upper Eocene Kirthar formation is exposed, and which is overlain by Nari formation, which we measured during present study. And these are also the field photograph of arenaceous limestone lithofacies. This is oxidized sandstone or laterite unit within the Nari formation in the study area, which is overlain by this fissile shell. So this is again the field photograph of oxidized sandstone. The stratigraphic position of this oxidized sandstone unit in the Nari formation is over here, and these basically two shell units are the fissile shell units which we seen in previous slide. So these are the photograph of petrographic lab of Advanced Research Lab of Center for Pure and Applied Geology, where we carried out the petrography. And this is the ternary diagram for the classification of mixed carbonate clastic rocks. Basically, Mount classified the mixed carbonate clastic rocks on the basis of relative proportion of allocames, sand, and micrite. So we plotted the identified textural attributes of the Nari formation on this plot. So we identified 3 lithofacies of sparse biomicrite and 5 lithofacies of the packed biomicrite. So during petrography, we identified 7 different microfacies assemblages on the basis of allocames, micrite, siliciclastic, and the lowermost microfacies of the Nari formation are rich in larger benthic foraminifera, and the concentration of fossils decrease from the bottom to top. This is the textural composition of the Nari formation. The NMF1 is the standard microfacies of the Nari formation, which is the oldest position located over here. And this is the NMF11, sorry, 11 numbers, NMF7, 7th microfacies composed of the calcareous sandstone, and this is located over their top. And this is the relative proportion of the allocames, micrite and sand in the microfacies, and these are the classification names of after the mount. So this is the microphotograph of first and second microfacies of the Nari formation. The microphotograph of A, B, C, D and E belongs to the standard microfacies 1, which is here named as NMF1, which stands for the microfacies of Nari formation. So basically, this microfacies is rich in discocyclina, larger benthic foraminifera. These are different species of the discocyclina, and discocyclina are observed in the outer to middle ramp depositional environment, and these microfacies is also rich in the allocames. Very rare or little percent of the micrite and sand is observed in these microfacies, and the stratigraphic position of NMF1 is here and here. So these microfacies are believed to be deposited in the outer to middle shell, middle ramp, and the microphotograph of F, G, H and I belongs to the NMF2, which is a microfacies of Nari formation number 2. This microfacies is composed of sparse biomicrite, dominantly composed of micrite with rare skeletal fragments, and this is a spericalcite basically, and calcite veins can also be observed over here. These microfacies also contains some traces of gluconite and pyrite. So the dominancy of the micrite indicate the very slow deposition, very low energy deposition conditions, and the presence of the gluconite is also indicator of very slow deposition rate. So therefore, the deposition environment of microfacies number 2 is interpreted to be inner ramp to the lagoon. And the stratigraphic position of second microfacies is shown in these green colors. This is the third microfacies of the Nari formation, which is named here as bivalve algae packed biomicrite microfacies, because a variety of microfossils is observed, is identified in these microfacies. As we can see here, this is a Miliolina, Rotalina, this is a Fusilina, so Alivolina is algae, Operculina, Nummulitis, and this is also algae, Ostracotes, Gardnerina, Miliolina, Triloculina, Ostracotes. These are all different microfossils of the foraminifera and other animal groups. And there is another also image. This is basically bivalve. This is bivalve observed also in this species number microfacies number 3. So abundance of these microfossils and dominancy of the allocames in these microfacies indicate these microfacies are deposited in the middle ramp, and this is the stratigraphic position of these microfacies within the Nari formation. This is the photograph from H to M belongs to the NMF4, which is Acylina operculina packed biomicrite microfacies, because these microfacies are rich in the Acylina, operculina and Nummulitis. These different photographs of Acylina can be seen over here, and this is operculina, this is also operculina, and these are others. This is also operculina, and these are the other microfossils. These microfossils are also observed or identified worldwide in the middle shelf or a middle ramp depositional environment. So therefore, the deposition environment for fourth microfacies of Nari formation is interpreted to be the middle ramp depositional environment, and the stratigraphic position of the fourth microfacies of the Nari formation is shown over here. These are the fifth and sixth microfacies of Nari formation, which are basically composed of the limestone and dominantly sandstone. The percentage of quartz significantly increase in the fifth microfacies, but some rare fossils of Miliolina and Camerina can also be seen, are also observed in these microfacies. So these microfacies are interpreted to be deposited in the inner ramp. The photograph of C, D, and E are basically the 6 microfacies of Nari formation. These are the sandstone dominantly composed of feldspar and quartz, contains some fragments of algae. These are the algae, and the clay minerals and iron-bearing minerals can also be observed in these microfacies. And the stratigraphic position, the stratigraphic position of 5th microfacies can be seen over here. Over here, and the 6th microfacies can be seen over here, which is the argillaceous sandstone. This is the last microfacies of the Nari formation, which is identified during the present study. So this is basically quartz or arenite, the sandstone, which is dominantly composed of quartz with calcite as a cementing material. The stratigraphic position of this microfacies is shown over here. So this is the depositional model of the Nari formation compiled on the basis of present study. So these are this is the microfacies 1 and microfacies 1. These are deposited in the outer to middle ramp deposition environment. These are the deepest microfacies of the Nari formation observed in the study area, which are observed along the contact of Kirthar and Nari formation. And then the microfacies number 3 and microfacies number 4 are deposited in the middle ramp to a little bit in the inner ramp as well. And this is zone basically either marked by evaporitic depositional conditions or exposed during some beds of the marine deposition or fluvial deposition are also observed over here. And these are those deposits which are either deposited in the lagoon or in the inner ramp deposition environment. And this is the basically shelf or the ramp slope, which indicate the different division of different deposition environments, and the presence of fossils in these deposition environment. So these are the conclusion. We identified 7 microfacies assemblages on the basis of allochem, micrite, and sand, which contains packed biomicrite, sparse biomicrite, subarcos, and quartz arenite. And the microfacies are rich in larger benthics such as discocyclina, nummulites, acylina, operculina, millulina, alveolina, and some very rarely in some samples the microfossils of the fusulina, rotalia, triloculina, operculina, gardnerina, calcareous algae, bivalve, and ostrocots are also observed. The Nari formation in the study area is deposited in the shallow marine environment from outer ramp to the inner ramp lagoon and fluvial deposition environment. Basically, lower part of the Nari formation is deposited in the deeper outer marine in the deposition environment, and the top of the Nari formation is deposited in the fluvial to evaporitic depositional conditions. The Nari formation in the study area indicate the general shallowing up or progradational facies trend, which is attributed to the regression due to the uplifting and deformation of the northern and western margin of Indian plate. Thank you for your kind patience, and any question you can ask.
Okay, thank you. The session is open for questions.
Thank you very much. Very good presentation.
Thank you.
I have one question regarding the deposition model. Did you find any signs of shoals or calcareous sand in your area?
Sir, basically, we of course we identified the calcareous sand. There are different. Basically, all these sandstone units, sir. These sandstone units over here. I think these are 6 sandstone units. These are basically calcareous sandstone. Either, but mostly they contain calcite as a cementing material, and little bit fossils are also observed in these samples.
Did you find any ooites?
Sorry?
Ooites.
Ooites. No, sir. We during present whatsoever samples we observed during petrography, we didn't identify any ooide or pelluoide in these samples. Basically, there is another study of the Lucky formation, Kirthar formation. Ooides are commonly observed in these type of limestone. We didn't identify it in the Nari formation.
Okay, one more question, maybe that is not relevant to your work. Did you classify the cements? There are early calcite cementation or late stage calcite cementation.
During present study, we didn't identify the cementing.
That is beyond your scope.
Because basically the classification of cementing is a little bit related with the diagenesis.
Yes, yes.
So here we didn't classify it.
Okay, thank you. Very good presentation.
Okay, for the next presentation, I would call Mr. Noman. He has a background with BS in sequence stratigraphy and MS in structural geology. Currently, he is serving as research assistant in National Center for Excellence in Geology. He has diverse experience of applied geology for exploration and estimation of natural resources. He dedicated his ongoing PhD research work to exploration using advanced remote sensing tools and techniques for exploration and characterizing Earth's natural resources. He has expertise in different GNG software tools through which he can model and surface the subsurface geometry of economic crustal mass. And the title of his paper is Advanced Remote Sensing Techniques for Lithological Mapping and Rock Identification, a case study from Northeast Kohart Plateau, Pakistan.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So the title of my presentation is Advanced Remote Sensing Techniques for Lithological Mapping, a case study from the Northeast Kohart Plateau, Pakistan. So the outlines which I will follow in my presentation are as starting with the introduction, followed by the material and methods which I have used in my study, then my result, and the conclusions. So this study basically revolves around the lithological mapping, which is a basic tool, basic task for every geologist in the field. So conventionally, it can be done very easily, but these conventional techniques have some limitation which are pointed here, like the conventional mapping technique are basically laborious, and it requires much amount of time, and money factor is also involved, and technically it is based on the point or traverse basis interpretation, so it has many room for the misinterpretation of some lithological units, and it also have a drawback of inaccessibility. In sometimes we have the issues of the socio-economic issues or security issues, so we cannot move to the field in those areas. So there are some pictures just to show sometime how you have to climb up in the difficult terrain, and also sometimes you have to do the hectic paperwork in the field while doing this lithological mapping. But on the other hand, what I am going to present here is an alternative tool, that is advanced remote sensing based technique, which have some perks as compared to the conventional mapping techniques, which are it is efficient and effective in terms of its accuracy. It provides us the continuous spatial coverage without any seam break. It also is time and cost effective. It is it is not destructive, that such as in conventional techniques we have to sometime we broke the rock sample in the field, but in this technique we don't disturb the outcrop. So here is an illustration which basically show how the satellite data which is revolving around the Earth, and it collect the how much the area it capture and how it collect or record the data. So the study area which I have chosen for the study is the Northeast Kohart Plateau, which is because of its economic potential for various economic reserves like the rock salt, coal, hydrocarbon, and gypsum, etc. And here is a map which is showing the location of the study area here in this zone, Northeast Kohart Plateau in yellow color, and which is in the upper portion, upper part of the figure is showing the location of the study area with respect to the major tectonic element of the Pakistan. That is, in the north we have the MBT, in the east we have the Indus River, and in the west we have the Kurum Fault. So, whereas in the lower picture, I just wanted to show the tectonic the structural elements of the or structural geometry, surface structural geometry of the study area. So, as mentioned in the title, the aim of the study is to explore the multispectral remote sensing techniques for the lithological mapping, and the objective to meet this goal is to first to do the remote sensing based lithological interpretation, then field validation of my interpretation, and in the end classification. So methodology can be categorized in three parts. Starting with the reconnaissance, which is the integral part of any research work, and it involves the literature review and consulting the published maps of the study area, followed by the second step, which is the remote sensing analysis, which involves the acquiring of the satellite data set and applying some pre-processing techniques, as the data set have some noise and some background or some extra area in it, so we have to do or apply some pre-processing techniques in this case. And after that, the pre-processing, we apply some transformation techniques, which is basically called as processing. And based upon this processing, we interpret our lithological variation, surface lithological variation, and after this, we go to ground truth, our interpretation, which is based on the lithological geological fieldwork or short fieldwork, basically it is, and the collecting of the spectral signature of the outcrop lithologies. And based on these three steps, we classify a map and we produce a lithological map for the study area. And we also perform the accuracy assessment to check the validation or how much the accurate my results are. For this, we do the confusion matrix and other techniques. So this is a chart which shows the stratigraphy which is exposed in the study area, and in this very by study area, it starts from the Eocene carbonates, shales, and also some clastic outcrops of the Miocene age double Pindi group. So for the sake of the simplicity and to meet the goal of this research, I classified or categorized the lithologies into four classes. That is carbonate, which include the Kohart formation and Shikhan formation. The evaporite it include the Jatta gypsum, and the red clastic bed include the Murray sandstone, which are red colored sandstone bodies, and the green clastic beds are the Kamlial greenish sandstones. And here are the spectral signature of these three lithological classes. And it is this table basically shows the detail of the multispectral satellite data which I have used in my study, that is Aster. The attributes of the Aster sensor are here. You can see it provides us the 14 number of the bands, and here is if you can see the marker on the last column, you can see the spatial resolution, and in this the mid column you can see the wavelength which are detected by the Aster sensors. And in this figure, you can see I just wanted to show the position of the spectral bands in the Aster sensor relative to the spectral response or spectral curves of the lithological classes, which I am going to map in the study area. And the purpose is that I can select the most suitable bands which can detect the more relevant information or more characteristic signature of the lithologies which are going to be mapped. Now here are some results which I have derived by performing this analysis. So starting with the basic composite of the reflectance data of this satellite result. So it is based upon the RGB colors of different specific bands, and where you can see the surface distribution of these four classes. You can see the carbonates are highlighted in the yellowish color, the reddish sandstones are visible in the dark gray, the greenish clastic rocks are visible in the blender of brownish to light gray color, whereas the evaporites are showing are visible in the pinkish color. Similarly, I performed some image transformation techniques, which are the PCA, MNF, and band ratio technique. These are basically in the background. The statistical conversion is involved here, which do some statistical conversion to the background values of each pixel, and by doing so, it decreases the noise and it increases the information or variability within the data. So you can see here is a result of a PCA composite which is showing the surface distribution of these rocks very beautifully. You can see the carbonates are highlighted in the purplish color, the murray sandstones are highlighted in the yellowish color, and evaporites are visible in the sky blue, and the green classic camelial beds are visible in the blender of bluish to green color. Similarly, MNF technique, it also very beautifully display the surface distribution of these lithologies. You can see here the carbonates are again highlighted in the purplish color. The evaporites are highlighted in the somewhat navy blue color, and murray formation is highlighted in the dark parrot green color, and the green sandstones are highlighted in the blender of sky blue to greenish color. After that, there is another technique that is called band ratio. Band ratio technique, basically, it is designed to extract or to highlight a specific mineral based upon this selection of the specific wavelengths or specific bands. So in the first, I applied the calcite band ratio technique, which highlighted those outcrops which have the potential or which have the percentage of the carbonates in it. Those pixels or those outcrops are highlighted in the brighter pixel. You can see in this, all the brighter shades are basically the calcite-rich zones. Secondly, I applied as my study area or background or literature review show me that here are the classic sedimentary rocks which are enriched in the quartz minerals. So I also tried out the quartz band ratio, which also shows the surface distribution of the quartz-rich lithologies. Similarly, then I apply another technique for the sake of highlighting the murray-rich or the iron oxide minerals. I applied the iron oxide band ratio, which highlighted the iron oxide-rich zones in the brighter color. And in the end, I make a composite from these three band ratios, and which also exhibit the distribution of these lithologies in a colorful way. You can see the carbonates are highlighted in the pinkish to bluish color. The evaporites are highlighted in the dark color. The murray formation is giving the blender here a blender of brownish to reddish color, and the green classic beds are highlighted in the parrot green color. So up to now, this was my interpretation based upon the remote sensing data set. The next step, what I did is to validate this interpretation. So for this purpose, I visited the field area, and what I did, I identified the surface outcrop of the various lithologies, and I also collected the spectral signature of each lithological class through the radio spectrometer device. So here are some field photographs which is showing the collection of the spectral signature of each lithological class. And here is in the upper curve, you can see the spectral signature of each lithological class, and in the down this curve, I categorize or I gathered the similar lithologies in the same class. So after doing my fieldwork, what I did the comparison of the spectral signature from my fieldwork and the spectral signature of this each of the satellite data set. Here you can see I plotted the spectral signature of each class. The dotted line is showing the spectral signature of this class resampled obtained from the radio spectrometer device in the field and resampled to the scale of or spectral resolution of the Astra sensor to have the more suitable comparison. And I noted that all these pixels are showing a very good match, spectral match. So I use this spectral signature for the classification of this study area or this satellite image. And I applied the technique I applied is the SAM classification, and based upon this classification technique, I basically prepare a classified lithological map based on the remote sensing techniques. And I also perform the accuracy assessment of this map based upon the confusion matrix, and it gives me the accuracy, overall accuracy of the 76% and kappa coefficient of about 67%. So in the end conclusion, the conclusion can be summarized in the 4 point. The Oster data set, number one, the Oster data set has the potential to map the major lithological classes, and whereas within the Oster satellite sensor, we have the VNIR and SWIR bands, which have the more power to detect this lithological identification. And the techniques which I have used are including PCA, MNF, BR, band ratio. All of these 3 techniques are very suitable for detecting these lithological variation in the area. And what I interpret, or what I identify, that the crystalline lithologies are reflected in the more clear signatures, whereas the sedimentary lithologies are giving very dull shades. Whereas the SAM classification is also tested in this study, and it suggests that it is a very good tool to classify or to prepare a classified map of the study area. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for a nice paper. Session is open for questions.
Assalamu alaikum. I have a question regarding you have used PCA, or the false color composites, and also the band ratios. You have shown different, of course, these satellite images, but I can't see over here that which band ratios means particular band ratios which you have used. And for the and there was another image, which type of bands you combined to create a false color composite?
False color composite, basically it is based upon the untreated or untransformed data set of the satellite. I just selected those bands based upon my observation of their spectral signature, in which like I have used.
Yes, is this one?
You can observe in this figure. You can choose those bands which are regarding the more depths, and which are regarding the more variation in the spectral signature of each lithologic classes. So here, if you can observe, you can see that in the short wave infrared region you have the more control of the detection. So I have used the short wave infrared bands for making the false color composite. And the second question regarding the band ratio, so it is for this purpose you have to observe, or you have to go for the spectral signature of each mineral you are going to target, and then look at your data that which bands are detecting those signatures, and you have to choose that bands.
Okay, basically I try to ask that basically we have 3 channels in ArcGIS, because yes, we can only show 3 color bands in the RGB yes, pattern, and there are 14 different channels of spectral range of the STR satellite image. Yes. So I am basically asking that which 3 channels or which 3 bands are used or combined to create a false color composite. And the other thing is regarding band ratios, because we have to choose any 2 band channels to create a single band ratio, and we have only 3 channels to give 3 band ratios. So basically there can be multiple band ratios can be used over there, and there can be multiple channels which are combined to create band ratios. But in these images I can't see, or probably that which basically which those 3 band ratios, or which those 3 band channels have you used to create a false color composite.
I don't want to disclose here, because it is a part of my PhD work, so I will be going to publish it.
So
but I give you the idea. This is the key. The chart I showed here, this is the key. You have to search for yourself that if you are going to highlight, or you have to going to map carbonate rocks, so you have the spectral signature of the carbonates in the blue color, and you have the distribution of the Oster sensor wavelengths, so you can select the most relevant bands.
It is not question, it's a suggestion that you use raster sensor, but the Landsat and Sentinel and other satellites are also present with very fine resolution, I think of at least of 10 meter resolution,
Yes.
because Aster has a 30 and 90 meter resolution. Your Landsat is panchromatic is present in the 10 meter resolution.
It is just one band. In the Landsat 9, it is one band of 8 meter, and in the Sentinel 2, there is the 10 meter, but one band. So we cannot detect so much heterogeneity with one band. Thank you. Any other question?
Thank you for such a nice presentation.
Thank you.
You have presented the lithological units with the help of Aster
Yes.
data. Did you find any fault pattern or dip pattern in this data by using this Aster?
Simply, my target is to identify or to map the lithological variation, and it is basically my first objective, and which identify the lithological classes like carbonates and clastic, red clastic, green clastic. But in my second objective, I am going to target this lithological variation at the more finer scale. Like I will map the carbonate of the Kohart limestone separately and the Shekhan separately. And structural, in this very study, it is not under my concerns.
Okay, no issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This would be the end of the session.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like the distinguished chairperson to please give the shields to the presenters and the co-authors. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Ali Iqtidar and Mr. Hafiz Zaman to please come and collect their shields from Dr. Khalid Amin Khan. Mr. Ali Iqtidar. And Mr. Hafiz Zaman. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ijaz Ali Halipoto and his team to please come on the stage and receive the award. Mr. Ijaz Ali Halipoto. Mr. Abdul Shakur. Mr. Ali Ghulam Sahito. Miss Suraya Bibi. Mr. Rafiq Ahmed. Suraya Bibi. And last but not the least, I would like to invite Mr. Numan and his team to please come on the stage, which includes Mr. Numan, Mr. Muhammad Suleiman, Mr. Tala Mehboob, and Mr. Muhammad Shahab. I would now like to request Mr. Muhammad Ma Siddiqui to please come on the stage and provide a memento to Mr. Khalid Amin Khan. I would like to request Mr. Irfan to please receive the shield on behalf of Dr. Sajjad Ahmed. Mr. Ashraf, if you please can come on the stage and अरशद साहब प्लीज़ आ जाएं स्टेज पे, और खालिद साहब आप भी आ जाएं चारों, एक ग्रुप फ़ोटो भी आप लोगों की होनी है। इरफान साहब यू हैव टू प्लीज़ वेट, एक तस्वीर कर लें अरशद साहब के साथ और फिर आप लोगों की ग्रुप फ़ोटो है। नहीं नहीं आपको देते हुए तस्वीर। हाँ सर, माँ साहब साथ ही रहे। प्लीज़ हैव अ ग्रुप फ़ोटो, आप चारों की एक ग्रुप फ़ोटो है जो है। Thank you, sir. Thank you, Khalid, sir. It was an honor having you here, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, on this note, I end this session. And the next session will be, inshallah, tomorrow morning at 9. So, we officially close this session. One more announcement that all the presenters, all the authors, congratulations once again. The reviewers and ex-com members of PAPG are requested, and the subcommittees are requested to please reach 1969 at 7 p.m. sharp, because we have a shield distribution ceremony over there. So 7 p.m. is the time when the shield distribution ceremony will take place. So all reviewers are requested, along with the ex-com members, to please reach 1969 today. Thank you very much.